powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Space for the danger that man's achievements over thousands of years was destroyed in a new, even more devastating conflict. The voice of reason and of the conscience of mankind was raised before the danger of a new war, of a new catastrophe on a world-wide scale. In the atmosphere created by the Cold War and nuclear explosions, millions of people sought an opportunity to make their views heard in the world. It seemed that their desire would remain unfulfilled. But conscious of the world in which history has cast them, many non-aligned countries decided that their heads of state and government should meet in Belgrade. Representatives of states on 4 continents, presidents and prime ministers of 25 big and small countries with differing social systems came to attend the Belgrade Conference of the non-aligned countries.
Dear President of the Republic of Serbia, dear President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ceremony of awarding the Medal of the Republic of Serbia on a ribbon, which is awarded to the President of the Republic of Ghana by the President of the Republic of Serbia. By the decree of the Republic of Serbia as of the 8th of October 2021, the Medal of the Republic of Serbia on a ribbon is awarded to the President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for exceptional merits in developing and strengthening cooperation and friendly relations between the Republic of Serbia and the Republic of Ghana. I hereby invite the President of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, to award the medal, and the President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to receive the medal.
Since the days of Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, one of the 5 historic founding fathers of NAM, together with Jawaharlal Nehru of India, Ahmed Sukarno of Indonesia, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and Joseph Broz Tito of the then Yugoslavia, who launched the movement in this famous city of Belgrade 60 years ago. Ghana has remained a faithful adherent of its principles, that is, respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states, non-interference in the domestic affairs of states, and non-aggression against states. We believe that the strength of the movement is determined not just by its numbers, but more significantly by the attachment to the principles that founded it. At the 1961 summit, Kwame Nkrumah, whose daughter Samia is a member of Ghana's delegation to this commemorative meeting, raised a matter that was topical and on the front burner at the time: the threat of nuclear weapons and the imperative to disarm. He said, and I quote, "This conference should call on the powers of the world to disarm. They must disarm to ensure that they are unable to strike against each other. If you want peace, stop preparing for war," unquote. 60 years later, the great powers have not disarmed, neither has the threat of nuclear war receded. They are still as powerful as they were then, and this has been highlighted by the COVID pandemic and the unsavory politics of vaccine nationalism we are currently witnessing. We are observers of global power play and are subject to the benevolence of powerful countries who give out their hoarded supplies at their own pace, not necessarily in tandem with our realities. The need for self-reliance today in the global south is as important as positive neutralism was in the era of the Cold War. The impact of the pandemic on our populations has been severe. We must stand shoulder to shoulder and be resolved to ensure that we're better prepared for future pandemics. We must not miss the opportunity of this occasion to take far-reaching decisions for a more equitable and balanced world, based on the principle of the equality of sovereign states. We should continue to work towards the global objectives of peace, development, and interdependence. Let me, in conclusion, co-chairs, reiterate Ghana's firm conviction that the non-aligned movement is as relevant in this 21st century as it was in the 20th century in protecting the interests of the developing world. There will be challenges, but working hand in hand, we can move ahead together, and indeed much further, more so when through our cooperation and solidarity, we achieve the restructuring of the global financial system to facilitate the rapid development of our economies. The next 60 years of the movement must mark its empowerment to meet the wishes and aspirations of our peoples for development, dignity, and diversity. Co-chairs, I thank you for your attention.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. So today is the 12th of October 2021, and since last week I've been getting a lot of questions on, said I want to come to Ghana, and so I'm fully aware that a lot of you have plans of coming to Ghana this December for Christmas, because Ghana is now the hub of Christmas party, Christmas destination, and so a lot of you, I'm sure you are planning your trip here. So you may want to watch this video before preparing to come to Ghana this Christmas. So let's go right into the video. This is going to be me driving to work while having a conversation with you. So if you see me looking straight, just know I'm concentrating on the road. So yeah, so before coming to Ghana, you need to be fully aware of our COVID protocols before coming to Ghana. And so you need to take your COVID test 3 days before the trip, and also be ready to also pay $50 if you're a Ghanaian when you arrive in Ghana for COVID test, and $150 if you are not a Ghanaian, if you are not a Ghanaian passport holder. Once you get into the country, Ghana, you have to be you have to know that there's going to be a long queue because of the COVID protocol. So you need to be patient with us. So after the COVID test, if you are positive, you will be quarantined for some days under your cost. It will be your own cost. So before leaving the airport, you need some information of where you are staying. So if you don't have anywhere to stay, you can book an Airbnb. You can also book a hotel, guest house, lodges. Guest house and lodges are a little below hotels. So that's like a 2-star, 1-star kind of accommodation. And so you need to know your address of where you're staying, because they will need that at the airport before you set off. Once you arrive in Ghana, you can opt for, if you don't have a family member picking you, you can opt for Uber, Bolt, Yango, which are apps that we use. They are transportation apps you can use. There's also the airport taxis that you can also use. I will encourage you to use only the airport taxis, not the regular taxis you see around. So if for safety reasons, just download Uber, Bolt or Yango. Those are the apps you can use. And also note that Ghana is still cash, it's still a cash country, so you would want to have physical cash on you. You can have like dollars, come and change it. You can change just a little at the airport. That is if you need to pay for your Uber. Uber also takes card, but I mean there are certain times your card might fail you, so you want to have physical cash on you. In terms of hospitality of Ghanaians, just know that Ghana is a very safe country. You can come here and feel free to walk about, do anything you want. You can wear skimpy clothes and no one would like question you. The only thing is people are going to watch. And so in terms of safety, Ghana is very, very safe. And I mean, I miss the fact that you need to be very careful with your surroundings. Ghanaians are nice people. You will notice right from the airport to sitting in the public transport to sitting in the Uber. Ghanaians are nice people. They like to engage you in a conversation. And if you come to Ghana and you need any information, just ask any local. I mean, be careful who you ask, but obviously make sure you ask questions, because that's the only way you won't get lost. You'll be comfortable with things. What to expect in December when you come? Currently we're in October, but it's kind of raining. I don't know why it's raining today. We are not in a rainy season, but it's been raining. But expect that the weather is going to be a little colder during December. Not too cold. Like when I say cold, so we usually have Harmattan during the December period, and Harmattan is a little dry and a little foggy. So if you live in like let's say a Brie, the eastern region, you tend to see a lot of fog around because of the weather, and it's a little dry, it's a little cloudy, a little. So yeah, that's the nature of the weather during the the festive season. When you come, you can use in terms of transportation, we have Chotro. That's the bus. It's locally called Chotro. You can use regular taxis. You can use Uber, Yango, Bolt. You can also use motorbikes. But I would not recommend motorbikes for you as a foreigner coming to the country. If you know your way about, you can use motorbikes. Motorbikes because you want to get to your destination quickly. And can you note that because December we have a lot of people coming into our country, there's traffic, and so you'd want to leave the house very early in the morning or leave the house at specific times. So usually what I have noticed during December period is when you have stuff to do in town, leave very early from 6, 7, 8. After 8, that's like rush hour, people are going here and there, so then there is a little bit of traffic at a time. Then during the day after lunch, that's 12, after 2, 3, 4, the traffic is also okay, there's no traffic. Then rush hour again after 5, 6, 7 is also a time that you'll be seeing a lot of traffic. And so if you want to avoid being stuck in traffic, then you need to leave the house early and come back as early as possible. So that's the situation with what happens in December during Christmas. Everybody owns a car. Like automatically you see everybody having a car in Christmas, like so yeah, basically that's it in terms of traffic. Also with the traffic bit, so you would want to stay somewhere not too far from the airport, so because almost everything happens around Osu, Cantonment, East Legon, neighboring areas like Asaliboche, airport itself, airport residential, Jowulu. So if you want to avoid this traffic, you want to probably stay around those vicinities so you don't get stuck like someone who stays at, let's say, Kaswa. Kaswa is a little out of town, and so you would possibly be in traffic if you live far. So you'd want to choose these areas closer to the airport so that you wouldn't be stuck in traffic. And so nightlife in Ghana is epic during Christmas. In fact, during the whole of December, nightlife is like the must-do thing. So while you are here, you want to take opportunity to go to Osu. There are a lot of restaurants. If you want me to recommend a lot of restaurants and pubs for you, let me know in the comment section. I can do another video for that. And so you want to take opportunity to visit all these places and experience Ghana life. And also let's talk about food. Food is part of our culture. So while you are here, you want to try our local food. You want to try wache, you want to try banku fish and okro, you want to try fufu with soup, you want to try beans and plantain. I know a lot of you, especially the diaspora, people from the diaspora, like kelewele. It's locally called kelewele. That's fried plantain with spices. And also note that we like pepper. So if you want your food mild, you could just request and tell them that, oh, you don't want a lot of pepper, because we Ghanaians, in fact we West Africans, we like pepper. So most of our food are like very spicy. And so you would also want to try our local snacks, plantain chips, cocoyam chips. You want to try what's it called, asana. Asana is made of the food you will really have to try it. I also have a video on cost of food on my YouTube channel. I'll share the link here. So if you want an in-depth details of how much food costs, I think you should go watch this video. And so yeah, in terms of food is relative. If you want local foods, in your area, in your vicinity, you will definitely find a local food, local beverage, like for breakfast, lunch. So you should try our local food. Please try our local food before you leave the country. You can download Sendwave, Warremate. There are other apps you can download so you could transfer money from your account to probably mobile money. When you come, try and get a local SIM card. You can get MTN, Vodafone, Airtel, Tigo. Yes, so any of these brands are actually good. So you can transfer money from you register the SIM with your passport, because with an ID card, but preferably your passport if you are not a Ghanaian. Then you can have mobile money. Mobile money is used, like mobile money is just like an app that's, it's not really an app. Mobile money is like money on your phone, so you can transfer money from your account right to mobile money. So if you're going to be here for a very long time, I encourage you to register your SIM card, get mobile money, and so if you don't have cash on you, you can use mobile money to pay any services, like anything. You can pay anything. Most people take mobile money. Even in the marketplace now, people take mobile money. So you don't want to find yourself stranded. You should get mobile money. Yeah, mobile money. Both Vodafone, MTN, any social, any any network any network of your choice actually. So these are some of the items I think you should also remember to pack before coming. Number one is sunscreen, because it gets very hot here in Ghana, especially in Accra. You should also carry your allergic medication, that if you're allergic to anything, those cetirizine and all the allergic drugs that you take. Make sure, don't forget to take them, and also buy a mosquito repellent before coming here, or your malaria drugs, because we have mosquitoes here, so you don't want to leave Ghana with malaria. So you'd also want to carry this. These are the major things. The others are things you can easily get here. So while in Ghana, try and visit at least some of our tourist destination places. I mean, you all know I'm into travel. I like to see new places, and so while here, take opportunity to see something new. At least, let's say the Cape Coast Castle, Kakum National Park. And then if you're going to stay here for a long time and you want to go to the north, December is the perfect time to see the Mole National Park, where you can see the elephants, you can see the deers, you can see the wildlife, monkeys. It's the perfect time to see because the weather is clear, and it's also the perfect time to see hippopotamus at Wentral Hippopotamus Sanctuary, which I will be seeing myself. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to that, because December is the dry season there at the north, and so you get to see the animals very well. And so that's it. And you also want to see the waterfalls. You want to see Blue Waterfalls. You also want to see Kintampo Waterfalls. You also want to go to Cape 3 Points, the western region that has the best view of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. You also want to go to Axim, have a good time. There are a lot of resorts. You can go through my channel. I've visited a lot of resorts, so you want to find yourself in one cool, calm, serene resorts. Enjoy your time. While in Ghana, you want to make your experience an exciting one, a good experience, and so you want to take opportunity to visit all these tourist attraction places. I mean, there are a lot of other options. Or visit my channel. I have a whole list. If you also want me to also do a breakdown of where you must see, let me know in the comment section, and I'll definitely do that for you. And so try and make it an exciting one while here, make a new friend, speak to a local. And it's easy to speak to someone here. It's very easy to make a new friend here, and so you want to make friends here so that they can hook you up to all the things that are happening here. And so yeah, when you come here, please don't be stuck up. Make new friends, because we are very friendly. People here are very friendly. And so yeah, also just know that in Ghana, almost everything is negotiable, except for maybe the things in the mall and other places. But if you go to the market, everything is negotiable. If they say something is 10 cedis, you can negotiate and say, oh, I have 8 cedis, I can pay 8 cedis, I can pay 5 cedis for this. And I mean, it's negotiable. So it's always better to even have a local with you. If not, you can still negotiate. I mean, if they are ready to sell, it's fine. If not, then you go your way. And also, most of the times in December, prices tend to be prices tend to be high. There's a hike in prices, and so expect that things are going to be slightly expensive than you experienced probably last year or a year before. It's always like that. And there are a lot of promotions in Ghana during the festive season, so you want to take opportunity to buy stuff for your family, for friends here while in Ghana, because things are like, people run a lot of discounts here. And so yeah, you want to take opportunity of that festive season to buy all the things you want to buy. Yeah, in a nutshell, Ghana is a safe country, and we can't wait to have you here in Ghana. Ghana is very safe. Our people are nice. One more thing is, the lifestyle in Ghana is relative. It differs from what you are doing. And so if you are here on a budget, you know how to go about things. If you are here to spend, then obviously so lifestyle is relative. Let me know in the comment section if you want me to also give you an idea of a full lifestyle, cost of lifestyle in Ghana. I did a cost of food in Ghana, and so you have an idea. But cost of lifestyle is relative. If you want to go to a bougie restaurant, expect to pay more. If you want to go to a regular restaurant, you obviously pay an average. If you want to go local, you obviously pay less. And so it depends on your choice and what you can afford. So yeah, I hope to see you in Ghana. Let me know if this video has also been helpful to you, and if there are any questions, kindly let me know in the comment section, and I'll definitely put up a video for that. If it's if it also required answers, I will definitely respond. Until next time, on my next video, I'm super happy you are watching this video with me till the end. Thank you so much for the love and support, and see you in my next video. I post Wednesdays and Sundays, and so see you on Sunday. I love you all as always.
Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifair Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you, and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and fears. My name is Ni Akwe, Ismail Akwe. Today we are going to discuss the media in Ghana and journalism. Journalism in Ghana has become more pluralistic than in the past, and thanks to digital media and social media, now the traditional media is following social media and digital media to get the news. How did we get here, and what has been the story in the past? Our guest today is a seasoned journalist, and he's also a politician, and he's going to take us through this journey and evolution of the media in the country. We'll be right back on the Lowdown. Welcome back. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe, Ismail Akwe, and our guest is a former High Commissioner of Ghana to Namibia and Botswana. He is a former publisher of the Accra Daily Mail, the former editor of the Statesman newspaper, a prison graduate, I don't know if he calls himself that, a former civil servant, and a writer. He is Alhaji Abdulrahman Haruna Atta. He adds MOV, and he'll tell us what the MOV means. Welcome, Alaji.
Thank you very much, Ismail. You corrected me this morning. I was saying Ishmael. I think the Muslims, that's how we pronounce it. Oh, it's Sumaila. Well, whatever.
So the Arabic is Ismail, and then the house has corrupted it to Sumaila. Yes.
So anyway, thank you. Well, nice having me on this program, and I'm very impressed that it's an all-female crew. You hardly find them in this town. So, well, GhanaWeb, kudos. And as you see, more grace to your elbows.
Thank you very much.
Computers. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And your name has MOV.
Yeah.
What's the MOV?
It's a national honor, one of the highest national honors, the member of the Order of the Volta.
Okay.
It's some people get the Grand Medal, and then the Order of the Volta, I think, has 3 components. Some are Commander of the Order of the Volta. Some are something or the other. It goes all the way to the top where heads of state get the Star, Order of the Star of Ghana or something. So that was given to me in 20-something, I can't even remember, for contribution to media development in Ghana.
I see you are very proud of it, because Absolutely. I've never seen anyone using it as part of their name. You are the only one who does it.
Yeah, but currently. They should. It's because of ignorance, I'm afraid to say. In the UK, when you are a something, you use it. It's a sign of pride in having it, and a sign of pride in your own country. So member of the Order of the Volta shows my pride in my country. And I think all those recipients, when you get it, just add it to your name. It doesn't take anything. And then when you are going to formal or some informal occasions, you wear, whether it's a pennant or the, what do they call it, the sash. Or what you put in your pocket here. So it's just part of pride in belonging. So I would advise my recipients, and that's all over the world, all over the country. Some are farmers, some are engineers, some are soldiers, some are whatever, so many. So they should use it. There's nothing to be shy about. So that's why I use it all the time.
Well, that's quite inspiring, and I'm sure they would also follow your footsteps.
And I'm sure by the time you get to my age, with this kind of work you are doing, you also get an
Inshallah, so we pray for it. Exactly. I'll be proud about it.
Yes, or the Grand Medal.
Yes. Yeah. So you have so many titles. You used to be an editor, you used to be a civil servant, you used to be an ambassador, which was most recent.
Yeah.
Which one do you cherish the most?
Funny, the ambassadorial job. It's a very, very trying job, because when you take that appointment, it's not to go and be drinking champagne or just going to parties. Yes, there are diplomatic receptions, but it actually means working for the advancement of your country. It brings in all the things you've learned through your life. I went in not as a trained diplomat, but what they call the political appointees. For the first few months, I had to learn, and I learned on the job. And by the time I was leaving, I think I had done so much work for Ghana. I'm proud to say that something we call the PJCC, the Joint Commission, Permanent Joint Commission of Cooperation between Ghana and Namibia, for example, had been in abeyance for about 12 years. When I went within the first year, I was able to get it going. And the PJCC is the platform on which nations discuss matters of interest, set up the policies they want to follow, the areas of cooperation. So it's a lot of work. And then you have to do with the personal relationships with your hosts, and also with your staff, with your Ghanaian staff. So it's a lot of work. I found it more exciting out of all my my experiences. Maybe the next I can say of my life is my time as a student, secondary student. Those were great days. I don't think anybody who's attended secondary school will not mark his or her secondary school days as one of the most exciting in their lives.
Which school did you attend?
Navasco, the great Navasco. Oh, I should have worn my Navasco anniversary.
You're either wearing KNUST.
Yeah, t-shirt. Our anniversary is this year.
So, did you start writing in Navasco?
Yes and no. Not formally, But a little article here, a little article there. We had some small magazine, and it got us into trouble even once. And I was suspended from school for 1 year. I never had my lower sex education, and some were expelled because the authorities thought the magazine was rather a little too risque, and in those days there were certain things they just couldn't tolerate, especially if it had sexual content. So the authorities came on us very, very hard. I had a year's suspension.
Wow.
And,
so writing has put you in trouble so many times.
So many times.
And I introduced you as a prison graduate, and it has to do with writing as well.
With writing.
Yes, so that's one of the riskiest roles you've ever played?
Yes, yes, yes. But prison too, it's a subculture. When you go independent on the crime that sent you there, the prisoners can rally around you and give you such moral support. I got it when I was first at Nsawam, and later I was transferred to Akuse local prison. I remember once I fell really ill with malaria, and all the prisoners in my cell rallied, boiled hot water, helped me massage myself. I don't know where they got the money from, but they bought a robe and came and rubbed my body. So I saw compassion in prison, something you don't associate prisoners with. But then I also saw deprivation. Our society doesn't treat prisoners well at all. You go in a Ghanaian prison and you are like an animal, you are forgotten, unless you have people who come in and visit you and see you. The food is horrible. There's something they call zontoli and manpower. Terrible. So that experience is also there for me.
Yeah. You've spoken widely about the prison experience.
Yeah.
Today we are going to talk about the journalism experience.
Fantastic.
And what took you to prison was contempt of court charge.
Yes. Yes.
And I want to know if you had written or you had done that article today, do you think you would have gone to prison?
No, we've come so far. Contempt these days would not send you to jail, really. And in those days, even the contempt that sent me to jail was because the lady that sent me to court was my sister-in-law, Mrs. Rawlings. The lower court had freed us. I went in with Mr. Baku, Kweku Baku, and the lower court had, well, the judge had done a very balanced ruling. She cited that for contempt, and we wanted her, injunction also vacated. So the judge refused to vacate the injunction, and then he also refused to send us in. Then she went and petitioned the Court of Appeal. So the case actually was decided by the Court of Appeal, not the High Court that was supposed to handle it. So the three judges on the panel, one of them disagreed with his two elderly colleagues, and so they sent us in. They have since died, sadly, but well, that's the way of life. They are bitter, they are gone.
So currently, we don't have a lot of journalists facing any of these things you are talking about. The system has changed.
Yeah.
Writing has changed.
Yeah.
The media is pluralized. And we have a lot of media houses, from the print to broadcast to the digital media, and all of them, so many of them. Collectively, there'll be more than 100. And you are also, or still, writing to feed into these media houses that we have. How do you see the media right now as compared to the media in the past? Is it a positive growth, or is boring, as some people say? Because others say, well, we miss the media of the past. In the past, it was so rough and it was so hard and difficult to cut through, and we don't have so many people in there, a few people who are very factual and very ethical than now. How do you see it?
It's very interesting. When I was coming, I pulled out something online. When you gave me the invitation, I decided to do a little research. You don't appear on programs like yours are not prepared. So I want to just read you something. I have a reason for doing it. It's just a small paragraph. It says the Gold Coast Gazette and Commercial Intelligencer was published from 1822 to 25 by Sir Charles McCarthy, governor of the Gold Coast settlements. As a semi-official organ of the colonial government, the central goal of this Cape Coast newspaper was to provide information to European merchants and civil servants in the colony. Recognizing the growing number of mission-educated Africans in the Gold Coast, the paper also aimed at promoting literacy, encouraging rural development, and listen to this, and quelling the political aspirations of this class of native elites by securing their loyalty and conformity with the colonial system. So you would ask, so what has changed from 1822-25?
That was a clear agenda.
That was a clear agenda. That was a clear agenda. So newspapers and the media are normally established with agenda. I do not believe that you just set up a newspaper for the bloody-mindedness of it. You want to push a certain line, political, economic, religious, and so on. So we've come a very, very, very long way to the days when the Daily Graphic then grew out of the Sunday Mirror, then the Ghanaian Times, then GBC grew out of Station Zoe, came to the Ghana Film Industries Corporation. I'm sure you've forgotten about it, but it was the leading post-independence sort of media producing house. It's now become TV3. It was set up by the British in 1948 as the Gold Coast Film Unit. And our greatest president, of course, Kwame Nkrumah, thought far and invested in it and developed it into a full-fledged film industry. In those days, we didn't have the electronic media. So the film industry produced newsprints, documentaries, and other social animation material for the country. So if you remember films like Mr. Mensah Builds a House, The Boy Komasenu, etc., they were the feature side of things. So the Ghana Film Industry Corporation was such a major partner of GBC. GBC, that grew out of this station, Zoe, I was telling you about. So GBC and Ghana Films, between them, were producing all the material that we needed. And in those days, too, we had the Information Services Department, let's not forget. So they were like the implementing agency of all these things. So they had a fleet of vans. They went around the country, and those were great days for us when we were children. When the film van is coming to a village or a town, oh, it was a source of joy. Then we would rush, and then they would show films, mainly government policies and so on and so forth. And then it grew and grew and grew, and then came to, like I'm saying, Graphic and Times. They then took the mantle. The Ghanaian Times, that one came from the Guinea Press, the Guinea Press. Kwame Nkrumah again took it up for the party, and then after the 66 coup, the NLC transformed it into a state-owned media for the country. The National Graphic, you know. So within that time, many things grew up. It was in 1957 that we had the Ghana News Agency, the GNA, and then also we had the development of the film education institutions like the GIJ, and so on. And now they've all grown up, and there are many. My good friend, Professor Kojo Yanka, his school of great school. So all these things are there. So we've come a long way. That's why I'm giving just a short history. And so within the period too, I became a board member first of Ghana News Agency. That was during, Ghana News Agency. And then later I also became a board member of the Ghanaian Times. So I seem to have done quite a lot of media work in my life. All very exciting. And then we've come to these days. These days, you have the advantage of technology. You have the advantage of technology. And those of you who are professional, like your good self and GhanaWeb, I was telling you earlier on, we all used to depend on GhanaWeb years ago when it started.
Yeah.
That was when everybody was sending messages to Akoto, and so on. But now I see you've grown, you are adding so many things to your stables. So it's now different. So I can say that out of this history and this mix of media, the country has benefited. Yeah. I think it would be wrong and churlish to say that the country hasn't benefited from our media. Through people like you, the younger media people, we are getting a lot of information. And I disagree. I think you are as racy, if not racier, than we were. Yeah, because the technology allows you to dig deeper and move wider afield than we were doing. We were handicapped. Because I can tell you something. When we started our media after the 1992 Constitution, which opened things up, and everybody was establishing a newspaper radio stations and whatever. We didn't even have the proper working tools. To do a newspaper, we still did a cut and paste. We will cut, paste here, and so on. But now everything technology, unless you don't have the money to do it, but the means to do it is there. Yeah. So it's given us a lot of variety in the media, and that's why a plural media is there. We shouldn't fight a plural media. I disagree with the people who say you should conform with each other. No. You be as different as possible. Be as different and as innovative as possible. The country would only benefit, excuse me, from that. Our period, let me tell you this little history. My good friend Cabral, Ambassador Cabral, he was the one, I think, who went online first with the Independent. So it was a cause for him to bluff with his pioneering role in getting online.
So the first newspaper to go online.
To go online. Yes. So and that time it was Africa Online. Yeah. All of us later became Africa Online, Online. That was even the email address of my newspaper until we moved on. And I also, in my own little way, it may or not mean anything, either the first or part of the first to introduce the use of digital cameras to do my pictures and do my pages. So it was then a very small camera like this, and I was carrying it all over the place. I cherished it so much I wasn't even giving it to my reporters. I wanted to do my own pictures. So I remember the late Jacob Echebel once told me that, he says to me, Abdul Rabat, you are too old to be doing this. let your reporters do it. But then that's how the status was in those days. Technology was almost nil. And then, of course, it started building up. Then other servers, media, whatever, started building, and then just opened up.
Okay, thank you very much for the history. And I was quiet because I wanted you to take us deeper and give us more. So we'll go on a break. Okay. When we come back, we look at segmenting the media in terms of looking at the past and now. Yeah. We look at the agenda, how the agenda setting was done. Also, we look at the quality of content. Okay. And then we also look at social media and also digital media in total. This is the lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing the state of journalism in Ghana and how far we've come with Alhaji Abdurrahman Haruna Atta. So you were telling us about some history from post-independence, pre-independence era to post-independence. Now we want to look at the agenda-setting role of the media. How was it before and how is it now? I know in your period the media wanted to have some sort of democracy, and you had publications by your newspaper, The Statesman, by Kweku Baku's newspaper, I think the Guide, and so many other newspapers that were setting an agenda to have freedom of the press, freedom of speech, and democracy in total. How was it like before?
Before, it was fairly stiff. It was dominated by the state-owned media. When you are talking of the print media, Graphic and Times, and of course the electronic media were mainly GBC and Ghana Films, like I told you, and of course Ghana News Agency. Yeah, so it was all government controlled. It was muzzled, completely muzzled by the government.
So as private media, how did you survive?
It was very difficult. It was a hand-to-mouth existence. Advertising wasn't coming because business people and other people were afraid to advertise in our newspapers to get penalized. So any day you got just a one-page advert from somewhere, it was a source for jubilation, because then you know a little nokofio will come from that for you to eat. But it was very difficult, and then the media atmosphere was unfriendly. You remember once Mr. Baku's newspaper, they even went and bombed it, and so on. So it was very, very difficult and unfriendly. But then we fought on, and later credit must be given to President Kufuor. He was very open to us when he was in opposition. And so we would meet him every now and then, and we kept hammering that what he should do, his living legacy, would be to abolish the criminal libel section of the criminal code. So it was from us. We put pressure on him, and truly too, when he won the elections and became president, that was one of his first legislative actions, to abolish the criminal libel section of the criminal code.
Could we say the media played a role? I mean, then it wasn't opposition media. Did you play a role in Kufuor's election?
We did very much so. At that time, the interesting thing was that President Rawlings had stayed for a length of time that I think people were tired of him, really. And they wanted a change. We also wanted a change. In fact, I developed a very robust attitude towards him, because I thought he had not only overstayed, but then he had dictatorial and authoritarian tendencies. And that was the basis of my media fight with him. Nothing else, after all. Why should I fight him? He was my wife's sister's husband, so really we should be on good terms. Maybe even if I had behaved myself, I probably would have had some droppings from the government of the day, but anyway, that's a joke. Yeah, so I was very robust in my columns in those days. It was called Taking Issue, and I took issue with him because I thought his style of governance was not exactly what the Constitution was about, because we all struggled to get this Constitution through, but he still retained vestiges of, when he says something, it shouldn't be opposed. So I did it. Kweku Baku, my good friend Ibn Kwaku of the Free Press, and so many other names were involved in this ambition to get the media landscape at least cauterized of the kind of tendencies that was keeping us down. So in those early days after the 1992 Constitution, we were like little kids in a candy store. We were all over the place, stealing from here, putting this in our mouth. So we were a little unruly. That's what we were. We were a little unruly. We didn't cross-check our stories. We didn't ask for second opinion or give the other person the chance, because we had an agenda. Back to the word, your word, because the agenda was to get rid of Rawlings. So we worked hard, and luckily we had a listening ear from the candidate before then, and then when he became president, he was very open to us, and so that quietude started coming. The media scene started becoming quite very open and very relaxed on us, though we were unruly and robust up to this day. Why I'm saying that you people are no worse than us is that you are doing precisely the same thing we were doing. I don't think you should underrate your efforts. The problem is that, you mentioned it, the development of the citizen journalism thing has meant that anybody now can call themselves a journalist, really. In the US, for example, when they ask you your job, your journalist, they don't ask you where you went and trained. For them, once you are a journalist and you are given voice to the freedom of expression, that's your job. Nobody's really interested in whether you have a certificate or not. An employer may, because they will be looking for qualified people. So for them, trained journalists would be what they will go out for. But there are some people who don't care. Once you can write and once you can dig things out and go out there, fine. So in the US right now, we have Fox.
Yes.
CNN. People say Fox is right-wing supporters of Trump, and then CNN, left-wing. The New York Times is considered the main left-wing newspaper in the US, and so on and so forth. So we have those divisions. The divisions become vile and unpalatable when we now start pushing violent or uncompromising political or politicians' viewpoints. So then the problems start coming. But the plurality or pluralism itself does not pose problems.
So those days as editor of The Statesman, what was a typical morning like? Was it calling people to ask what has Rawlings done wrong, so we publish? How do you get your stories?
We got our stories, or some got their stories mainly from newspaper vendors, sadly to say. There was no serious editorializing going on. The newspaper vendors would determine that your headlines would sell or not. And they would let you know. Me, they used to tell me when I formed the Accra Mail, and I decided to move away from this kind of journalism, and that's why I named the paper the Accra Mail. I wanted the city to have its own newspaper that can report on many different things around the city and bring people's awareness to the problems of the city, the aspirations of the city. And I almost went under within the first month because the vendors had ganged up against it. They said it wasn't hot enough. So I saw one of my leading vendors and I asked him, I said, oh, pepper no anyeshi. And I said, oh, but pepper, they don't have to be she. So they won't sell it. When they take the newspapers in the morning, those that they consider anyeshi, they put them in their armpits like this, and then they hold the headlines of the shoe ones. Yeah. So that was the determinant factor for casting headlines, front pages, what the vendors would say. So for me as an editor, first at The Statesman, the work was very easy for me because it was political. So you could just pick any political something and just splash on the front page. But like I'm saying, when I started doing my own newspaper, which I invested in myself, and I wanted to change the paradigm, I was a lot more careful because now you are dealing with things that needed facts and not just the sentiments and emotions of your political leaning. So that was a typical day for me, really. Then, like I said, we didn't have proper production methods. So now you put things together, now the cut and pasting will start and so on, and then you finish, and then you are carrying the, what we call them, there was a name we had for them, there's a name anyway, I forget them. Then you carry them physically to the press, or the press people will come to your house, their house, and pick those cut and paste things with separate photographs. So they will go and make films of the photographs, and then they have the text. They had a way of matching these things, and then they will print. And if you are lucky, they get it right, and it comes out the next day.
So quality was a problem then?
It was a problem. Quality was a problem. Oh, there was a time when you would even print, because you couldn't afford the good printers. So you'd go to some wayside printer who couldn't give you quality, because that's what you could afford. And there are times when they print pages, certain pages you couldn't even read what was printed. The quality was just zero.
It means that besides the agenda setting, there was also the commercial part, which could have attracted some people to go into the media to invest in, independent media, because they wanted to make money.
Yeah, yeah. But the Ghanaian businessmen or the people who had money were not so sure about such investments. Yeah, because the governments they find as prickly. So who wants to put his money into a venture that could easily have problems overnight? So that was a real problem. It was a cottage industry. I don't think we were serious newspapers as such. It was a cottage industry where you go and sit a few of you, editor. In those days too, we didn't have these mobile phones as common as they are today for you to even be looking for stories and so on and so forth. So you were just there in that little office. You shared with others. You did your cut and paste, and also another technological thing. So when we finish all of that, we then copy whatever it is on CDs, and then send the CD to the Africa Online or whoever was putting it online, and you give it to them physically, and then they will sit at their place there and then do it and put it. Now it's different. You can do all of that.
So that was your attempt to go online?
Online.
So you put it on CDs and give to the online managers to put it up?
Put it up, yeah.
That was quite interesting.
It was quite hectic.
So we've come really far, and now the digital space is wide, is bigger. Social media is there for everybody to be a citizen journalist, as you explained. And citizens are now sending their articles to be published online on the biggest media houses like ours, GhanaWeb. How do you see that from then when it comes to citizen participation in the news making? Do you receive letters to publish in your newspaper, or do you go out there to talk to people to have them or their views published?
Oh, we would receive letters. Our post boxes used to be full of letters and unsolicited for articles. So you didn't even have to go out to seek the content. The box office, PO box would deliver sacks of letters from readers and people who just wanted to publish something. And so we had space for everyone in those days who would contact us. Some people may even just call us and tell us that, oh, they've seen a story in our paper, we should hold a page. They'll do a rejoinder. So in those days, we took the constitutional requirement of rejoinders very seriously. At least I did. When I did something and someone brought a rejoinder, we published it the next day, usually where we printed it. We didn't hide it inside. If it was on the front page, we'll put it on the front page. So that's how we did it. It was never a dull moment, really. Never a dull moment, but you were always on tenterhooks. You were always on tenterhooks. But now things have really changed. The only problem I have right now is that there's no editing going on because of the citizen journalism there. And I think maybe the online editions are overwhelmed, so they don't always read what comes to them. So you go online and you start reading certain errors that you think an editor should correct. I'll give you 2 examples from me just last week. To rein in, R-E-I-N, they should rein in whatever. I wrote to rein in, R-E-I-G-N, like the reign of a king, as different from reigning in. And my editors here and elsewhere didn't correct me.
The same mistake was everywhere.
Was everywhere. I was so embarrassed. Haruna, I can't tell the difference between rain and rain. But I had given I thought my editors would read through. But then you do well. There's a young man, well, I'm not campaigning for him, Kent Mensah. He does the Mail Online or something. Yeah. Occasionally he will read and then call me and say, oh, editor, is this what you mean? And I said, oh, Kent, God bless you. God bless you, my son. If this had gone out without you reading it, I would have been embarrassed. So that's the only thing I think you should do better, the editing. And then the second thing was that there was a place I should have just used an A to make the sentence meaningful. And for some reason, I missed it. And it's not as if I just write and send it to you people. I have someone I call my peer reviewer. I'll send it to him. Every article I do, I'll send it to my peer reviewer before I post it to you. And he also misses all these things. So it's a difficult thing. And that's why, again, in those good olden days, the office or the job of a proofreader was a very important one in a newsroom. Very, very important for a newsreader. Because you can miss little things that then would render your story, a sentence, meaningless. And then there are sometimes too, after writing, I say to myself, oh, isn't this sentence a little long-winded? Would the editor have cut it a little for me? So we do that, but it's not your fault, really. Yeah. It's not your fault. So that's what is exciting about the media.
So soon we'll talk about citizen journalism and your position on that, and also we'll talk about training institutions, journalism training institutions. Are you a journalist when you attend, or you have the skill of journalism, or you can be a journalist if you are quiet on the job or any other way? We'll come back on that after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Alhaji Haruna Atta, Mr. Abdurrahman. I have to add that.
Please do.
So we're talking about the media then and now. And citizen journalism. Facebook is a big proponent of citizen journalism. We have Twitter. We even have YouTube, where bloggers go around and take videos and do interviews and post them all over. And they are all calling themselves journalists. Is it a position you would ascribe to, or you think is an overshot of the role of journalism?
Now, journalism, you see, unlike other professions, I think it's the only profession which takes its source from the UN Convention on Human Rights, the freedom of expression, which has been domesticated in almost every constitution on this planet. The freedom of expression. So media work, journalism, therefore takes its source from there. It does not prescribe that you must have a degree or a certificate to practice. What it allows is that you have something to say. That's the basis of journalism. So earlier in the practice of journalism, Joseph Pulitzer, the founder of the Columbia University School of Journalism, he was the one who said, no, Journalists cannot just be allowed to just flit about. Journalists must be trained, and journalists must have in quotes, the kind of respectability of doctors, lawyers, and the other professions, accountants, and so on. So it was from that time, around 1911, when he wrote that his famous treatise on journalism, that people really started now thinking that, oh, then journalism can be a discipline that should be studied. And I agree, it should be studied. My relationship with journalism comes from my degree from UST, because I studied graphic design, and many aspects of graphic design is just media work, how to cast this thing we use for advertising. There's a word you use for it. Now I'm growing old, my mind is getting mixed up. But then how to cast a line, all these things, I learned them in the university. Yeah. And then UST at that time, at the College of Art, English was compulsory. If you failed English in your FUE, you will be sacked. So I did English for 3 years and only dropped it in my last year. In those days, the Faculty of Arts did 4 years. So you drop it. And so my training was from that angle. And it shows in the way one does things, one writes. So I believe that some training is necessary. Even though you are filling in the voice of the voiceless as a result of the freedom of expression, but some training is good. But then I haven't said that without training, it does not mean you can't practice as a journalist. In the good old days, again, back to the good old days, you learned your craft on the job. Many of our pioneers, especially at graphic at times, but especially at graphic, they learned their craft on the job and did so well. Later, they were sent to the UK, to places like the Thompson Foundation. I don't know if it's still in existence, yes. Which gave our senior journalists in those days, again, more or less on the job training. So training for me is very important. At least you learn the use of the language. Language is very, very important. Today we are arguing or debating whether do or die is the same as all die be die. I think it's the subject of my article today. I don't know whether you've seen it. Yeah. So it's all to do with language. Journalism cannot function if you don't have the good language, either written or spoken. If you are not trained and you are a citizen journalist, really that's what you are. You can't consider yourself a professional journalist. And I think there should be a place for professional journalists, whether they learned it on the job or they learned it in the classroom. Our top men, people like Ken Bediaku, who used to be the top sports journalist in this country. Uncle Ken is now an old man, but people like him, people like one of the great editors, he wrote a book, the Gab books, Cameron Dodu. These were great editors. You see, so I think rather that yes, there should be training and we should have room for the citizen journalists, but we should not let them overwhelm the professionalism of journalism. Journalism is not a place you should go to because you have nothing else to do or nowhere else to go to. Go to journalism with the intention that you want to be a journalist, you want to write, you want to be in the print or electronic media. And then you come out as a very good journalist. I believe in that.
Now, if we talk about getting training and some skill, there's a school of thought that the journalism institutions, which are also growing, there's a proliferation of them, but they are bringing out or churning out a lot of journalists who are half-baked. They're only learning the theory, and when they come into institutions or media institutions, they are unable to produce quality content as professional journalists are supposed to. Have you encountered any of that?
I have, and it's heartbreaking. And so you are right, absolutely right. That's why I mentioned the GIJ, I mentioned the Kojoyanke's place, and then of course the mother of all of them at the School of Communication Studies in Legon. Yeah, there are many mushroom schools of journalism, and I think they are more also the problem than the half-baked journalists they churn out. Yeah, because the half-baked journalists they churn out have the degrees or the certificates or whatever it is they give them, but you encounter them in a newsroom, it is a nightmare. A half-baked journalist in a professional newsroom is a nightmare to sub-editors and editors. Yeah, so I still believe that we should look for the good institutions of journalism or any of the communication arts and sciences. Like I told you, my background was in graphic design, but it had elements of communication. So I came out with a degree that I could use to communicate, which is very important. And that's what journalism is all about. Citizen journalism has not always been something for me to encourage, because then they take up all sorts of issues that sometimes end up adding tension to society. You see, and that's what I believe professional journalists try to avoid. Professional journalists would use all the tricks of the trade to get whatever it is out without going out to be bloody-minded, if I can use that word. So let's encourage those people interested, young people interested in doing journalism or becoming journalists, to apply for and get places at GIG, the African University of Communications.
African University College of Communications,
yes. And such places. I don't think we should encourage mediocrity in any profession.
But unfortunately, the traditional media, which is more professional, is now following the citizen journalists on social media to get their sources and get their information. And we are seeing that in some stories that pulled down because the source wasn't real. Someone who posts a picture of somebody holding a human head, excuse me to say, and say someone was killed somewhere. Then quickly you see it on the traditional media, which is more professional, and later they say, oh, it's a picture of 2 years ago. So we are sorry for the publication.
It is laziness. And another problem of Ghana these days is intellectual laziness. So whatever they did, I saw it was sent, but I deleted it. You see, I get all of these things too, but the moment I see things dealing with children, whether it's something good about a child, I delete it. Animals, whether it's something good or bad about an animal, I delete it. Certain things that show disrespect to women, I delete it. I'm talking of this, what's it called? What we have on the phone.
The WhatsApp
messages,
thing. Yes.
So it goes all around. Let's have that mindset. The editors must know what to delete on site and not do it. So for what they put out in this paper, I think it's laziness. If their editors are very smart, there are many, many areas that are not getting touched on. There could be niche newspapers for such things, and we will read. It doesn't mean when you put something that is not shit on your front page, people won't read. There's a class of people who would read. So even if they have to become niche newspapers for such quality, why not? After all, they are lucky, especially Graphic and Times. They are still being supported by the government in many respects. The Graphic earns its money from its own commercial activities and to some extent Ghanaian Times, but they are still state-owned newspapers, and they carry that title that gives them leverage over all the other papers. So you see the number of adverts in Graphic, you wonder why everybody is rushing to Graphic. It's because of that state-owned title they have.
But one thing that's quality are your articles, and I'm looking at some of them. The titles themselves are quite appealing. So I see one, coup d'etat, and how you even spelled it, coup d'etat, C-O-O-D-E-T-A, the sports child of Ethiopia. And then Cathedral of Doom, concerns of Muslims brushed aside, bad blood, the cross, star and crescent spar in Ghana, and so on and so forth. And I can see the book you wrote on John Mahama, Awini Pa Nkasa. You have very interesting titles. How do you come by them? Is it experience?
It's all combined, but like I told you, it's language. Make use of language. Study language. Be sensitive to language. To be a good writer or a good journalist, study language. My daughter is even a better writer. You may have heard of her, Aisha Haruna Atta. Yes. She's written 4 novels. The first one she tried even had the shortlist for a Commonwealth Writers' Prize. So it's to do with language, and I'm sure she picked a lot of language from me and her mother, who was a very good editor. Unfortunately, she's not well. She has multiple sclerosis and she's in a wheelchair right now. But her mother was one of the best editors I had ever met. She worked with me on The Statesman and then worked with me briefly on the Accra Mail before the sickness made her activity impossible in life. Yeah. So language is important, Ismail. You can't undermine language in writing, journalism. So,
talking about your daughter, you know, when anyone Googles Haruna Atta, she comes.
She comes. I'm now. How do I say? My claim to fame is my daughter's, not mine.
Yes.
But as a parent, you are proud when such a thing happens.
Well, anyway, it's great to have you here. And if you have any last or final statements you want to make before we go.
Yeah, but it's not the final statement as such. I'm just going to thank you and say continue the good job. Because there was a time when you started, or GhanaWeb started, there was nothing else. That time, even your email or whatever was akoto or something. Now I realize you've changed everything. So you've moved. You've become big, and then continue the good job. Like I told you earlier on, I like the way you do. I sent you articles. You don't just publish it. You look for newsy parts of it and turn them into stories. That's the professionalism I'm talking about. So let us do that, and let's leave a little space for the citizen journalists. They can never outclass or outrun professional journalism. Rest assured, they will make noise, but professional journalists will still survive.
Thank you very much for coming, Alhaji Abdulrahman Haruna Atta. This was quite an informative interview, and we'll have this every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Once you decide to have an office romance, you should know that you are likely to be a topic for discussion.
People come to workplaces and study the terrain because they realize it isn't always going to be about hard work. Let's use other means to accentuate the hard work that we already do.
Once emotions grow wild, it just goes like wildfire. You see, you will think that, oh, I can handle it when there is a breakup.
Anybody who is unable or not equipped to manage his or her emotions well has no business wanting an office romance.
There are some people who can be very discreet at these. In fact, there are some people who can date in the office and nobody,
absolutely nobody
in the office can think
they close, they go their separate ways. We got to know the girl was saying, no, on the set, who tell me on the set, and so we had and pay me.
right there.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifare Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Farama means a waterlogged area.
Okay.
You know the place called Konkomba Market? That is where Farama started. Our main food is stew. But now, you know, I don't know whether it's development. Our children are diverting. When they prepare to see them squeezing their face.
This crocodile, over 40-something years now.
Wow.
If you are a bad person or you have a
Bad spirit.
bad things, he will tell us. If somebody pass away, we are taking the person to the cemetery. Because of the traffic, that's why our people riding a motor. We don't want something like a taxi or something car to come across us.
Welcome to another edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Dasari. What I'm holding here is a ticket which is Netherlands bound. Now I'm holding this because a couple who had boarded a KLM flight were, for want of a better word, thrown off or denied the flight because they were campaigning or trying to judge against KLM's current directive about 7 vegetarian meals on African flights. My name is Lord Harris Dasari. When we return from the break, we'll be speaking to one of the victims, the husband, actually. He'll be telling us exactly what happened last night, which was September 15th. Do stay, the conversation continues. Welcome back. My name is Lord Harris Dasari. Now, today our guest is Nico van Stadenijn. He, together with his wife, were aboard the KLM flight bound to the Netherlands. They were supposed to arrive there tomorrow afternoon, actually. But let me just ask him himself. He's here and he's going to tell us exactly what happened and everything that has to do with it. Nico, thanks for speaking to us. Now, tell me, GhanaWeb did a story about the fact that you and then your spouse got blocked from flying the KLM flight because you were sharing some tracts and whatnot about the KLM directive. Give me more details about that. How did this entire thing happen?
First of all, I'm a frequent flyer, and KLM is my favorite airline.
Okay.
What happened is that last week I read in the international news, but also in Dutch news, that KLM had the intention to go green and had the intention to only serve vegetarian meals on its flight.
Okay.
Except for some destinations where people are big meat lovers, like destinations to Texas, to Argentina, and that kind of things.
Okay.
What I did was actually a joyful action to make clear to KLM that African people, Ghanaians, also love meat. A Dutch person will buy 3 times 100 grams meat for his family. A Ghanaian buys 2 kilo or half an animal at the same time.
Okay.
We also love meat. On top of it, KLM flights are already, partly through taxes and partly through their booking system, more expensive than 2 other flights on a 6-7 hour flying destination. So if you already pay more, you can easily serve us meat on the flights.
Okay.
So what I did is I printed at my own cost 2 banners and 300 leaflets to make the Ghanaians aware of this. And what I actually wanted is that some of the reactions would reach KLM and made them aware that African people also love meat, and try to get them away from the plans to go vegetarian on African flights.
Okay.
We had the attention, what I hoped for. What I didn't hope for is not even me being thrown from the flight, but the reactions in Ghana, who are in the majority very, very negative about KLM.
Okay. What time was your flight?
I was supposed to fly 10:10.
Okay.
And what happened was we were seated in our seats already, row 18. The purser came to us and asked if we were the people spreading the lies. I said, what lies are you talking about? Yeah, that we're going vegetarian. I said, well, here are 3-4 websites, even 2 were from the Dutch press, that KLM is going veggie. And that's why I'm trying to make the people aware that they shouldn't do that on African flights, because you're going to lose a lot of customers. And she was laughing a little bit about it, and she said, what is this next to you? And that was a rolled up banner. And I said, that's a banner, and I want to take a picture with my wife holding the banner.
Okay.
She said, that's not allowed, and I'm confiscating your banners. I said, fine, but beware what will happen. What is supposed to be a positive action to try to change the minds of KLM management is going to be a negative action, because tomorrow morning I'm going to the press in Amsterdam that I couldn't take a picture with my banner, and it will give a lot of negative reactions for KLM. And she said, are you threatening me? I said, I'm not threatening you. I'm only telling, keep this positive. I'm not hanging the banner anywhere. I'm not opening it even. But my reason for doing this is that I want to stop KLM from these bad intentions. And if I can't do it in this positive way, by all means it will end up in a very negative way, because I still think KLM shouldn't cancel meat and chicken and fish on their flights, especially not on their international flights. She walked away. She came back 2 minutes later with the captain. And the captain said, I've been threatening the stewardess. And even the person sitting on the other side of the aisle said, that's absolutely not true. He never threatened her. They've never exchanged harsh words. They were very polite. The captain, and I said, yes. And all I wanted to do is open the banner. She said I couldn't. She will confiscate it. And I said, I was waiting for her to come and take the banner.
Did the captains
The
say
captain said,
anything about...
I'm not going any discussion with you. You're leaving my flight now. My son is a pilot, so I've been a frequent flyer for many, many years with 2 different airlines, so I know how it works on board of a plane. So I said, no problem. We packed our things and we walked out.
What time was
no
this?
protest on the flight, nothing. That was just before takeoff.
Wow.
Whilst I walk out, my wife is speaking perfect Dutch, because she lived in Holland for 16 years. She heard that stewardess telling her colleagues that we've been threatening her and that's why we are removed from the flight. So my wife turned around and said, who has been threatening you? Because nor my husband nor I have threatened you. Don't lie about what is happening to justify your mistakes. Then we continued going back to the check-in area. We opened the banner, this time really out of protest, and took a picture. The airport police came, we explained the whole case. They themselves were saying, yeah, that's very bad. They think Africans don't like meat, and they think we are poor, and that's why we are not used to meat. We also love our meat. The guy was a Northerner, so he loves his chichinga. And so we ended up joking and laughing a little bit. I have to say the KLM station manager really did his best to get us on the next flight of Air France, who was delayed and was leaving, I think, a little bit over 1 hour after that.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the flight was fully booked. So he is hopefully at this moment, if KLM management doesn't stop him, working on getting back to Amsterdam. Because we were supposed to arrive 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in Amsterdam, have breakfast, flying to Sofia, where my wife has a medical checkup tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. But there's no way we can make that anymore.
I see. You stated that you printed 300 leaflets.
Yes, A5, small leaflets, just to make the customer aware. And it ended with the text, long live KLM, long live Ghana.
Okay.
So there was no bad intention in doing that.
Your exercise. Where did you distribute these leaflets?
Before boarding, the waiting area.
Okay, and you distributed all 300?
Not all. Some are still on the flight. They arrived in Amsterdam this morning, all alone.
Okay. Okay. Nico, you noted that you read the reports about 2 weeks ago about KLM's intention.
Yes, yes.
But when you, in your engagements with the crew aboard the flight,
they denied it.
They denied it and described it as lies. I mean, before you printed out the leaflets, did you have some form of conversation or reach out to KLM information to ascertain it's as a fact?
What I have done, you know me, I'm writing articles for several outlets in Ghana, for newspapers. I've been on TV programs. I always do my homework, and I never jump into something without verifying my facts. And last week there was a big article in the largest newspaper in the Netherlands, where KLM also denied that it was true, but research into KLM staff and even flying KLM staff confirmed that it was true, and there were forces in KLM really pushing this through, and there were other forces trying to stop it. And the KLM partners, but that's all hearsay.
Okay.
The KLM partners are also not happy with it because they think they can lose connecting flight customers. So KLM said now, we are not introducing vegetarian food for the moment. That was the last comment.
Okay. And you also noted that before getting you off his flight, the captain refused to hear your side of the story.
Yes, but I understand him. A captain is like a judge and the jury and the police at the same time on his flight. And he was, I don't say he shouldn't have listened to my story, but he was in his right to ask me to go off the flight. That is in air law, And that is what my son informed me about. That's his right. And as I said, there were no harsh words, there was nothing going on, so I don't think it was justified. And I think he was wrongly informed by the purser, or he just didn't want any hiccup or steering up in his flight.
How did the entire exercise or experience make you feel?
I'm still a KLM fan, and my whole target, my whole reason for doing this is, number one, a lot of people, not only in Europe but in the US and other countries, don't have a clue what goes on in Africa. They don't have a clue about our culture, and they take this type of decisions not knowing how we are thinking about it. So my first reason was, don't do this, because Ghanaians who can afford flying and can afford flying KLM, they love meat. We all love meat, just like people of Texas and Argentina. So don't take that decision. And if you take it, leave us on the list of countries where you serve meat. That was my whole intention. And my intention was not to damage KLM. And I'm sincerely hoping that I can fly tonight on KLM. And I've got the attention I wanted. The negative attention is something that I never wanted. I read this morning, I hardly slept tonight because my brains kept on keeping me awake whilst the body was tired. But I read some very negative, racist remarks of Ghanaians on these decisions of KLM, and that was never my intention. And I ask your listeners and readers to stop that, because I think the whole thing went out of hand by misinformation of only one staff member. And the person who walked in the waiting area and started to try to take the leaflets away is a Ghanaian, or I think he's a Nigerian, working for KLM. I think he took the wrong decision. He never came to me and asked what is going on. And I think the actions of the purser of KLM were based upon his assessment. But that's guessing. And so please don't come over KLM like they're the worst people in the world. It's a fantastic airline. And we missed our flight, and we missed my wife's doctor's appointment. And we had to cancel. Your wife had a doctor's appointment? Yes, Friday morning, for a small operation. And because we are not living here, our daughter is a medical doctor in Bulgaria. That's why we mostly have this kind of things in Bulgaria. So,
with what has happened now, are you still going to carry on your campaign or crusade to educate the African population?
It's not a crusade. It's not even against KLM.
No,
it's against a worldwide trend to make the whole world vegetarians. And I think the main reason is not pollution of CO2, pollution of animals. Number one, there are people who confirm that, and there are people who are vehemently denying it. But human beings, when you were in school, you have the round circle of things you have to eat, and meat is one of them. It's unnatural not to eat meat, and I'm a human being who also loves his meat. So it's not only here; it's all over the world. The main reason is that when the medical science improved, we were too slow in trying to reduce the number of children we were having all over the world. And now the ones who are alive are the victims of that by making unnatural adjustments to make sure we are not killing Mother Earth.
Okay, all right. We're taking a short break here. We've been speaking to Nico van Staudinijn. He's been telling us his experience aboard the KLM flight whilst trying to educate some of the passengers and other Ghanaians and the crew about the directive or the pending directive by KLM to scrap meat of African males on their flight. My name is Lord Harris Udasari. When we return from the break, we'll wrap up.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. You're still watching Say It Loud. Our guest today is Nico van Staudenen. He was thrown off the KLM flight because he wanted to educate some passengers and essentially those around him about KLM's directive to go vegan in their African meals. I am going to read some portions of a news article published by Palipan and on the KLM scrapping of meat. It says here that KLM scraps meat from menus airline goes full vegetarian, and says that KLM has decided to take meat and fish from its in-flight dining menus and goes full vegetarian in a bid to become a more sustainable airline. And it further goes on to say that the news about KLM going meatless was reported by Dutch National Daily Telegraph, and Nico cited this earlier in the conversation. And then they cited KLM's Director of Customer Experience, Kijken. Says he told the largest Dutch newspaper that the move to vegetarian food was motivated by the airline's wish to become more sustainable. Mr. Kijken said, sustainability is an important theme. We constantly look at trends in society and adjust our menu development accordingly. Right, and so it goes on and it cites him again where he says that almost nobody noticed it, that we no longer serve meat on European flights, and it will be rolled out in the coming years across the rest of the network. So from this, I get a sense that it hasn't been rolled out yet. Okay.
All about.
Okay, so what Nico is showing me here are the publications by some
international and national newspapers.
Some international newspapers, including the
flying
Dutch
magazines.
As well. Great. Now so your input here is that KLM shouldn't deny Africans or Ghanaians who can afford or would still want their meat in their meals.
If KLM continues, number one, in business class with meat and fish and chicken, and they continue to flights where they are scared to lose customers, Argentinian people, South Africans, people from Texas, they are meat lovers. They know for sure they're going to lose customers. I wanted to warn them, include Ghana, Nigeria, all other African flights on it, because Africans are also meat lovers, and you will lose a lot of customers. That's all I wanted.
Okay. After you noted that you put it out there to get the attention of KLM, and you said that some personnel have reached out to you to try and get you another flight. Right. But moving on, what else would you want done? Do you want an apology? With everything that you've gone through, what exactly do you want there?
My only target was to try to make clear to KLM not to cancel meat on this flight.
Okay.
And I think and I hope with all these reactions, because it's all over Ghana, it's starting to come in Holland. I had phone calls of 2 TV stations in Holland already by 6 o'clock this morning. I hope that KLM realizes this is a wrong decision. And right now, you have a choice. Not because of COVID, but pre-COVID, you were always asked, do you want chicken or fish? You want meat or fish? If you wanted vegetarian, you had to order a special meal that you wanted a vegetarian meal, or a halal meal, or a kosher meal, or a gluten-free meal.
Okay.
Why don't you just leave it like that? So people who want to be vegetarians can be vegetarians. And that's all I want, that I have a choice. I never go to a restaurant where they don't sell alcohol. I'm not a child. I can decide myself, number one, if I want a beer with my meal or not. I want the choice. People have to have a choice. So that was my whole intention. I'm not looking for anything else. And as I said, the country manager is doing his best. I don't know yet if he's going to make it because he is under management from the Netherlands. But otherwise I have to go to other airlines.
Okay. All right. So Nico, with the experience that you went through, how did your wife take it?
My wife loves meat just as much as I do. And she also knows you can't protest against it. But she was the one hearing the stewardess saying that we threatened her. And she got angry about it. And the rest, she's not blaming me for spreading these leaflets. And she was even spreading them as well, trying to explain to people what KLM wanted to do. They haven't done it. The only reason they are doing it at the moment is that they only serve one meal for everybody, which is a vegetarian meal. It's not a choice because of COVID. And otherwise, with more meals, you have more chances to infect somebody.
Yeah.
But she is also taking it. But we had a lot of calls from Ghanaian friends and who were saying, "Don't they know in Ghana we love meat?" So we've both had a lot of attention this morning. Our daughter was very disappointed. She just graduated as a medical doctor, and she was ready to pick us up from the airport. So now she has to wait 1 or 2 days depending on when we are able to get there. She cancelled the doctor's appointment for us, for my wife already.
Okay.
So no hard feelings against KLM, but I just prefer to fly KLM, and otherwise I have to look for another airline.
So in the event that that doesn't come through, doesn't pass through, I mean, they still go ahead with the vegan meal. Are you going to stop flying KLM?
That one I don't know. That one I don't know, because a lot of times KLM Amsterdam is our transit points, and we can fly through other transit points as well. Weird enough, and I don't know how it came, but one airline who is flying on Ghana already contacted us and offered us a ticket free of charge on their airline if they could get the publicity. And I refused.
Why did you not take it?
Because I don't want to damage KLM, because I know for sure it's a marketing investment. They want to promote their airline at the cost of KLM, and I think the mistake of maybe 1 or 2 employees of KLM don't deserve to be dragging the name of the whole airline down. That's not needed, and that was never my intention with the whole action we took.
Okay, so what happens if or when the country director, the KLM country director, is unable to secure another flight for you to the Netherlands?
Just to be sure, I already booked another flight and I have to pay the flight within the next hour to be able to leave today.
Still with KLM?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't know what the decision of KLM management is. Maybe they are insulted and they ban me from booking KLM flights. And you know how it is, if you misbehave on a flight,
you can blacklist you.
You become on a blacklist. So number one, we didn't misbehave at all. So I don't think they have any right to put us on the blacklist. I don't think they'll be doing that. I hope they won't do that. But otherwise, from now on, I'll take another airline.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. I hope Mrs. Stoudenine is doing better.
Yeah, she's okay.
So that's all we have on today's edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. We've been speaking to Nico van Stoudenine. He was victimized, for want of a better word, on KLM flights. last night when he attempted to fly to the Netherlands. Now, his offense was that he was distributing pamphlets or leaflets educating some passengers and other Africans who were going to take the flight about KLM's directive or pending directive to scrap meat of their meals served in the economy class. He says he's still considering his options if the country director doesn't come through and help him secure another flight, because they do need to get home. We'll see how that goes, but I must say that he's also the Bulgarian consul to Ghana and a board member of the State Enterprise Commission.
Former.
Do join us for our subsequent episodes on Say It Loud.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you for me at Soccerbet. And
communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I again respectfully invite Mr. President to present the instrument of appointment to the Inspector General of Police. One without the marks, please. Thank you very much. A round of applause to the The Inspector General of Police may now proceed to the table to sign the oath book. Thank you very much. Mr. President, please sign his portion of the oath book. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite the President of the Republic to deliver his remarks.
Eminent clergy, including the parish priest of Jubilee House, Reverend Canon Lamptey, Vice President, Chairperson and members of the Council of State, Chief of Staff at the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Minister for National Security, Minister for Defense, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Ministers, Deputy Ministers of State, newly sworn Inspector General of Police, Chief of Defense Staff of the Armed Forces, the Controller General of the Immigration Service, the Acting Director General of the Prison Service, Commissioners of Police and Senior Police Officers, Chairperson of the New Patriotic Party, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to Jubilee House, the seat of our nation's presidency. We are met here this afternoon to perform an important act in the life of the nation, the induction into office of a new Inspector General of Police. This is the first time since I became President on 7th January 2017 that a formal occasion has been created to swear into the office the head of our country's police service. It has been a simple, solemn ceremony of investiture. And to that end, I'm grateful for the presence of all of you. On Wednesday, 21st July, I requested the then Inspector General of Police, Mr. James Opombuenu, to embark on terminal leave with effect from Sunday, the 1st of August 2021, pending his retirement from the police service yesterday, on Thursday, 7th October 2021. In furtherance of this, I indicated that until a substantive IGP was appointed, Commissioner of Police Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, the next in command, was to serve as acting IGP. It has been an eventful 2 months since his appointment, and the acting IGP has left me with very little choice in the matter. His actions, which have received widespread support and acclaim from the population, vindicated the decision I made to entrust him with the mandate of heading the police, albeit in a temporary capacity. It was thus with no degree of difficulty that I informed the Council of State of my decision to make his appointment a permanent one, subject to consultation with the Council, pursuant to Article 202, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic. On Friday, 1st October 2021, I received a communication from the Council informing me of the positive outcome of its consultation. Consequently, I swore in COP Dr. George Akufu-Dampare a few minutes ago as our nation's 23rd Inspector General of Police. I congratulate Dr. George Akufu-Dampare warmly on his appointment, and with no hesitation say that it is a well-deserved one. He has risen through the ranks of the police service, starting off as a constable, and has served his nation dutifully. Today, he has reached the pinnacle of his career and will serve for the next 4 years as Inspector General of Police. He has demonstrated that he will be an effective leader of the police service and will help foster its efficiency. He will be walking in the footsteps of the 22 previous occupants of the office. And I have no doubt that in Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, we have a worthy successor to Mr. James Opombuenu, and indeed the others who have gone before him. I must at this point pay fulsome tribute to Mr. James Opombuenu for his distinguished service to the police service and our nation, especially for the calm, professional manner in which he led the operations of the police to assure the peace and stability of the country during last December's presidential and parliamentary elections, a period of considerable sensitivity for the unity and welfare of the Republic. He has my lifelong respect, and I wish him a well-earned retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important things for our nation are its peace, the safety of its people, and the preservation of its territorial integrity. It is when these are guaranteed that citizens can go about their normal lives in security and hope to improve on the quality of their circumstances. We all sleep feeling safe when the men and women of the police service work to keep our communities and our streets safe. Newly sworn IGP, the issue of law and order is particularly germane at this time, when the traditional challenges to security, such as chieftaincy conflicts, land disputes, religious intolerance, ethnic animosities, and political rivalry, are being compounded by contemporary threats like drug and human trafficking, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, armed robberies, cyber crimes, and activities of nomadic herdsmen. That is why government is working to modernize and resource the police service adequately in order to assist it to maintain law and order and protect lives and property. I assure you, the government is determined to give whatever support it can so that we can have the service that the people of Ghana deserve. The Constitution has in Article 202, Clause 2, designated the IGP as the head of the police service and subject to the provisions of the Constitution and to the control and direction of the Police Council, responsible, and I quote, for the operational control and the administration of the police service, unquote. As I indicated last week at the graduation ceremony of the 50th Cadet Corps Officers Course of the police service, government has put in place far-reaching measures to improve the quality of the police service and the welfare of police personnel, and we will continue to do more in the coming years. It is often said that the public is the police and the police is the public. The citizenry can only have confidence in the police service when its members are seen to be honest and enforce the law without fear or favor. Your task as IGP during your term of office is to establish a service that maintains the trust of the citizenry. It is in everybody's interest that the police service conducts itself as the principal creditable instrument of accomplishing the executive's duty of maintaining law and order in the state. Governments in our body politic have term limits, and in a multi-party democracy, parties win and lose power. It is good for the health of the nation that this should be so. And this is why the police service under your leadership should not tie its well-being or otherwise to the fortunes of the ruling party of the day. As President, and together with you as Inspector General of Police, we need to cooperate to ensure that the police service is left to focus on its core mandate and not be an appendage of the ruling party. I envisage the development of a police service that goes about its function of protecting ordinary citizens, confident that there will be no interference from the powers that be. Newly sworn IGP, I believe strongly that in you we can help promote the development of a nation governed by the rule of law and respect for human rights, with the police being at the front line of this endeavor. The police has the primary responsibility of maintaining peace and keeping law and order in our country, and government will do its best to assist you and the police service discharge this effectively. May God bless the new Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufu-Dampare, and us all. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
We thank the President for his very instructive remarks. It's now my pleasure to invite the Inspector General of Police to respond to Mr. President's remarks.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Nana, Chairman of Council of State, honorable members of the Council of State, Madam Chief of Staff, service commanders, the clergy, my colleague, former members, commissioners, and other heads of security agencies here present, honorable ministers of state, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to profoundly thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the honor done me by appointing me as the Acting Inspector General of Police, and today confirming me as the 23rd Substantive Inspector General of Police of our country. Mr. President, my family and I are most grateful to you for the confidence that you have in me to allow me to take such a position of service to our nation. I also would like to thank Mr. Vice President for his leadership of the Police Council and his personal support and encouragement to me over the years. And I know I will continue to count on him in this regard. Equally, I would like to thank Nana, Chairman of the Council of State, for mentoring me over the years, and other members of the Council for taking a critical look at the request of His Excellency to consider me for this position and giving your support to it. I'm most grateful. I also would like to thank my mother, the Chief of Staff, for her motherly care and support at all times, which has deepened since my appointment as the Acting Inspector General of Police. And I know, now that I'm in that capacity as a substantive Inspector General of Police, more of such motherly love will be extended to me for me to have the peace of mind to work together with my colleagues to keep the peace of this country. I, at the same time, also would like to thank my sector minister, who for another very important assignment, he's not here with us today, for the cooperation, the support that he has given me over the years before even I became the Acting Inspector General of Police. And when I also became Acting Inspector General of Police, he has continued on and even done more. And I know that now that I'm in the position, he will probably do 3-4 times what he has been doing for me. And I'm grateful to him. And I'm also very grateful to my colleagues at the service commanders level, including my big brother, the Chief of Defense Staff, for all the support I have received since my appointment as the Acting Inspector General of Police. And coming to a point that we've seen that the only weapon to defeating and fighting crime is when we work together. And I hope we'll continue to do that in the interest of this country. And I also would like to thank my colleagues, former members, the commissioners who are here, and those who are not here today, and the entire police force for the outpour of love, support, understanding accorded me since I joined the service to today, and even expanding it upon my assumption of office as the Acting Inspector General of Police. And if I have been able to do anything, it is because of that support that you've given me. So colleagues at home and the entire police force, I want to say thank you very much. And as we have always been saying, we are in this together. And when we are in it together and we do it together, the results beats people's imagination. So I hope we'll continue to stay together as a family and pursue all the things that we need to pursue in order to bring peace and tranquility to our dear nation, Ghana. Mr. President, you've actually set the space for us in terms of what we're supposed to do. And I want to give you the assurance that working in concert with my colleagues within the police service and outside it, and also getting the support and the backing of the population of the country, we will be able to leave the police service better than we can find it. So that at the end of the day, if we leave the service and we are passing by and we see police people doing an excellent job, we will be proud and tell ourselves without anybody hearing that yes, we also contributed, and as a result of that, we are seeing a different police service. And our vision has been to become a world-class police institution. And Mr. President, we are poised, we are focused in attaining that. We know it is not going to be easy. But my colleagues and I, we have made our mind that even if we are unable to take it to that destination, we, at this time, will position the organization towards that destination such that there will be no turning back. And I know it is doable, because anything that we put our mind to, your heart to, and stay focused on it, it will definitely come to pass. So our focus is to make sure that over the years, so soon in the future, we'll become the most respected organization in the country and a reference point for Africa and beyond. Because we know that if we succeed in doing that, then at the end of the day, we'll get our respect back as an institution. The trust and confidence of the people will come back to us in a force that will help us to deepen our legitimacy. And it is something that we are proud of if we are able to achieve. And Mr. President, finally, I would like to say that we know that as police officers and other security agencies, we happen to be one of the few who become civilians twice in our lives. Before joining the service, we were civilians, and at a retirement, we become civilian. So our focus is that the police service we are nurturing today will be the police service that will police us and our children and our family when we come back into retirement. And knowing the privileges that we enjoy as officers now, if we are unable to institute a police system that will police us better than what is currently being done, then we will be the losers. So whatever we do today in terms of making the police service better, we do it for ourselves. And Mr. President, working in concert, in partnership, and in unity with my colleagues at all levels within the organization, we can assure you that we'll stick to it and achieve it, to make you proud, to make the people of this country proud, to make our families proud, and make ourselves also proud. So, Mr. President, once again, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me such a rare privilege to serve my country in this capacity. And I want to assure you that I came into service with humility, with integrity, and with an understanding that when we are all in it together, the result is better. Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity once again. Thank you, sir.
We thank the Inspector General of Police for his pledge to continue to deliver excellent service in the interest of our nation. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all too soon we're coming to the end of this very solemn and impressive ceremony. And it's my pleasure once again to invite Reverend Samuel Lanti to lead us in the closing prayer.
Please let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we praise you because you are the beginning and the end. You prompt our actions with your help and complete them with your blessings. May the swearing in of the Inspector General of Police energize him to pursue excellence, justice, and dedication to duty. May St. Michael, the glorious archangel and standard bearer, the patron saints of the police, fan the flame of the gifts you have given him and reveal your grace and truth to him each day. We beseech you, dear Father, to send us out of here in the power of your Holy Spirit, and further us with your continual help, so that in all our work began, continued, and ended in you, we may glorify your holy name. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all, now and always. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Kinonlanti. Ladies and gentlemen, you may observe that we should have had a photo session before the closing prayer, but we noticed that photo sessions usually tend to be more interactive. So we would want to make it the last anthem. So immediately after the national anthem, we'll have the photo session and then depart the hall. So may I crave your indulgence to be outstanding as we take the national anthem. Thank you very much. So we'll get set for the photo session shortly after Mr. President finishes interacting with the key officials. Thank you very much. We'll soon invite Mr. President to have a photo session with the IGP and other officials. Thank you very much. Mr. President may now have the photo session with the Inspector General of Police and the other officials. The media should please give space to Mr. President. He's coming to take the photo session now. Shall we be seated as Mr. President takes his first photo session with the Inspector General of Police? Without a mask, please. And once they are done, they'll be joined by the Vice President of the Republic.
daily tips on breast cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifare Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Farama means a waterlogged area.
Okay.
You know the place called Konkomba Market? That is where Farama started. Our main food is stew. But now, you know, I don't know whether it's development. Our children are diverting. When they prepare to see them squeezing their face.
This crocodile over 40-something years now.
Wow.
If you are a bad person or you have a
Bad spirit.
bad things, he will tell us. If somebody pass away, we are taking the person to the cemetery. Because of the traffic, that's why our people riding a motor. We don't want something like a taxi or something car to come and cross us.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years.
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Today we speak to another accident victim. Our guest today is a content creator, a creative lead, and on the side he likes to MC and make people happy. Our guest today is David Dawoku. Thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you for having me.
Great. Let's talk about your accident. How did it happen?
So when you say accident, it sounds very big because people have gone through a lot more.
Well, that is true.
But for mine was, I'll say in one word, it was unexpected, right? It wasn't a major accident where there were casualties and stuff like that. But for me, for someone who has, throughout my life, I've not been in an accident before. And so this one was it's still very traumatic for me.
It shook you?
Yeah, it shook me. I was on my way to work, so at the time I used to work at Star FM.
When was this?
This was in 2015.
Okay.
So it's a good, I think, 6 years, ago. I was on my way to work. I used to live at North Legon at the time, and heading to Star Tekwashi interchange. So I was on the straight route from Legon towards Accra. So this was shortly before you get to Spanner Junction by Accra Mall. So I was driving at normal speed, and then I heard a screeching sound ahead of me. Now this was like the road was free, but there were still a bit of cars on the road. So I would say about 5 to 6 cars ahead of me.
Okay.
So I heard a screeching sound, and then I realized that the screeching sound continued with different cars. Like each of the cars stopped abruptly.
Okay.
And so this happened until it got to my car as well. So I realized that the car in front of me stopped abruptly. So I had no option but to step on the brakes. So I ended up hitting the car in front of me. I realized that the other cars had hit each other. It was a pile-up.
Okay. Is it that you didn't see it early? That's why you also hit?
Yes, I didn't see it early. I was just, like, imagine this, you are just driving and then all of a sudden the car in front of you stops.
Abruptly, okay.
There was
time.
no waiting time, nothing.
Reaction time.
So reaction time was very short.
Okay.
Probably a few seconds. So I had to step on my brakes, and I ended up hitting the person in front of me. And a few seconds later, the person behind me, like I felt some impact, very heavy impact, such that my head, bobbed back and forth in a very awkward manner.
Oh, okay. You jerked up.
I jerked, exactly, but I was in my seatbelt anyways.
Okay.
So, but the impact was very great. So I realized that someone had also hit me from the back. My heart was racing because I didn't know what was going on, and so I got down. I sat in the vehicle for a while to catch my breath. I got down and realized that my knee area was swollen because of the impact. I had hit not the dashboard, but where the steering wheel is. There is a plastic
underneath it.
Yes, underneath it. My knee had hit the place. Instantly, I felt neck pains because I had gone back and forth in an instant that I wasn't supposed to go. My heart was still racing. So I just stepped out of the vehicle, realized that the 3 cars in front of me had been badly mangled front and back. For some reason, my car is just the number plates that came off.
What car were you using?
I was using a Toyota Matrix at the time.
Okay.
So it was just a number plate that had come off, and the back. I think the Toyota Matrix, the bumpers are plastic. So there was just a little crack at the back bumper as well. And in the front, besides the number plates falling off, there was a little crack there as well.
Okay.
But 3 years down the line, the effects of that accident began to show later, not on the day of the accident. So later on, when you open my bonnet and things, you see that this place is broken off and everything. But it took 3 years for that to come.
Okay.
But in any case, right after I called, I was living with my parents at the time. I wasn't married. So I called my dad. My dad came to pick me up, took me to the hospital, and right away they had to do what do you call it? There's a medical term, CTG or something, chest scan, because my heart was still racing even an hour after the accident.
Did you kind of have a panic attack or?
I think yes. What I was having was some form of panic attack or anxiety. But even though my heart was racing, I was calm. I was very calm. It's only until later when I was lying on the table and they put the things on me that I was replaying the accident again. But on the spot there, because there was so much adrenaline, and because of that, to date it's still very, very traumatic for me.
When you got out of the car to evaluate what had happened, you said the car which was ahead of you looked a bit mangled.
Yeah, that car, I believe, I've forgotten what car it was. It was a saloon car as well, but the back had gone in.
What did the driver say to you?
No, he did. You see, so at that point, everybody realized that this was a pile-up. So it's not the fault of the one behind. Neither is it the fault of the one in front. But here's the interesting thing: the one who caused the accident, the first car, nobody hit his car. After he did that, he did that abrupt break. He left. So it is everybody after him. The 5 or 6 cars after him that were affected in the pile-up.
So
but
he created a freak accident and then
he went. He left cry. So it was up to us to manage. So funny, surprisingly, my car was the only car that didn't have that much damage. The rest badly damaged.
Even the one which was behind
the one behind me the front was mangled. Yeah.
Did you report it to the police?
No. So at that point, then it becomes an issue of whose responsibility is it to report. I believe that the people whose cars were badly mangled may have reported it to the police. But for me, I waited a bit, and this was around 9-10 a.m. So the traffic had cleared. So I waited a bit for my dad to come and pick me up and take me. I didn't think of police in that situation. I was just, at the time, my focus was just to go to the hospital because I was wondering what was wrong with me. It's like I felt like I've been dropped from a I'm afraid of heights, so I felt like I've been dropped from a very high place, or I felt like someone was trying to shoot me, and then when the person shot, there was no bullet in the gun. You know that?
The feeling that
that's how I felt like
just gonna die.
My heart. I felt like I was just about to die, and then I'd been saved. And if it went on for about 2 hours before I was okay.
Wow.
So then it got me thinking that, and then the people who go through major accidents where the car flips and everything, how would they handle this? And just that little, the pile-up, that little impact of someone hitting me was very great. So I'm imagining cars that somersault and things.
What was the demeanor of your dad when he came to pick you? How did he take that?
They were I don't know how to put it, but you had seen that they had been scared with the call because I called them, but I was calm. But they were scared. They were scared. Even when we got to the hospital, it took the assurance of the doctor to calm everybody down. I remember as soon as my dad heard the call and he called me, he called my girlfriend, who is my wife now. He called her, and she lives in somewhere in Tema. She also left and came because everybody was, scared and everything. So she took time off work and left and came to see if everything is okay.
Playing back everything today, do you think things could have gone differently? What do you think you could have done to sort of avert the situation? Or you think it was just a freak accident?
I think it was a freak accident. There's some of those things that, you see, whenever you are driving, that's why it's good to pray before you leave your house. Whenever you are driving, accidents, sometimes you may cause an accident. Sometimes with somebody's carelessness, that will come into your path. I mean, besides this, I've hit somebody before. I've hit I've hit a child. Yes, before. Maybe I should add that.
Yes.
So besides this,
how did that happen?
Accidents on me. I've also had 2 accidents on other people. The first one was a boy of about, I think it was about 6 or 7, and this was somewhere within the Star FM area. So this is within Kanda, the inner roads. So I was just driving this, and this driving wasn't because it's inner roads. This very low speed, right? Driving through the neighborhood, and I saw 2 boys of around the same age, 6 and 7, walking. They're just walking randomly along the road. So I was driving. Before I could say jack or before I could step on my brakes, one of the boys pushed the other boy into my way, into the road.
Pushed how? It's like they were playing.
So they live in the neighborhood. They were walking randomly, and then having a conversation, and then what do you call it? All of a sudden, he just pushed his friend into my lane.
The car lane.
The car lane. So I hit him. I hit him, and then I had to step on my brakes and stop the car. So I stopped the car, got out. I was like, why would he do that? So the boy was on the floor crying. When he fell, it was a tarred road. So he had hit, it wasn't his head, I think it was his knee or something. He had hit his knee onto the concrete and was holding it, clutching it in pain, and was crying and everything. But luckily, I've always been afraid of mob justice. You know that place is close to Nima.
Yeah.
So I've always been afraid of. So that was the first thought that crossed my mind. But I didn't want to run away. I just stayed and made sure that the boy was okay. But luckily, the boy's people, his family and his mom and things, they were around when it happened. So they came and were rather shouting at the...
Oh, they saw everything.
They saw everything happen, shouting at the boy, and I think he had been told not to go out that day or something. So say we that kind of thing, and then yelling at his friend that why would he do that and stuff like that. And they told me that boss will be to me why. So I just gave them something small, and then I was on my way. But that was also very traumatic for me because somebody in Kidi, like someone's child, and I had to, hit the person.
Is that to say that it was of minimal impact because you...
Yeah, it was of me, but even with, so it's like, it was at slow speed, but it hit him.
Yeah.
Once
he fell
it hit him, and
the trauma...
He fell, that falling that you fall for you are pushed for a few meters. That's how it was. He went. So it's like I hit him, he went for a few meters on the ground. He flew, let me put it that way. He flew for a few meters. Because I think the impact was more from him. Because his friend pushed him violently into the street. So he came into my car with speed and fell somewhere. So much so that like I'm on a straight road. And when I got down from the car, I had to look on the side because that's how he fell. He came in the middle of the road, fell off to the side, and I stopped my car and went to check on him. So it was very as I was going, I was shaking. I was shaking as I was driving in the car and everything. And then the other one on Tema Hospital Road, this was on a Saturday morning. It was a traffic light. It had just turned green. So I just stepped on my accelerator to move. And Trotro meets trying to get passengers. He just appeared in front of my car because he was running to the other side to go and bring a passenger to his car. And then he hit the car. So I was moving. The car hit him and he fell and got up and continued to go.
Hey.
He got up and continued to go. So his was more to the right. The front of the car didn't hit him. It was the right side of the car.
Okay.
So when he hit my side mirror. My side mirror came off.
Oh.
Yeah, my side mirror came off, and then so I had to stop and also go and check. But he wasn't concerned. I'm sure later on he went to feel the pains in the house, but he wasn't concerned at that point. He was just focused on going to get his passenger.
Let me draw you back a bit with regards to the little boy. I'm wondering why you didn't offer to take him to the hospital or anything of
so I mean at the point his injuries looked like he's gone to play ball and then he scraped his knee. There was a deep cut on his, I think at the point I saw 2 injuries. So there were skid marks on his thigh.
Okay.
And then the deep cut was on his left
knee,
almost towards his knee and everything. It was a deep cut. But at the point I was asking there was a bit of commotion around and them yelling at the boy and stuff. So at a point I was asking the people that, is there anything I can do in Faninko Hospital? And I said, then that's where the mom was like, it's okay, I can go. So we boss who baby so I just gave them a small amount of money in case they needed to take him to the hospital and all that. And then I went on my way.
I see. But generally, what do you make of the spate of accidents and how that can be kept? in the country?
Well, personally, I feel like I was going to say that the spate of accidents is heavily dependent on, you know, the level of income generally. Like poorer countries will have more accidents, but that's not true. Because in America and in developed nations, accidents also happen. I think that to some extent, accidents are preventable. And so that is where the standard of living and cost of living issue comes in. For example, accidents on major roads in terms of highways can be prevented if there are better routes, right? And I feel like for a country where the standard of living is high and all of that, commercial vehicles that will be in a better state. So if I'm just thinking back to my church days when I was doing my service and everything, when I had to take church from Medina to Osu and from Osu to Medina, right? The characteristic of Osu churches, I feel like if you are not looking bad, they won't let you work in Osu, because all the churches there are beyond repair. You understand? I don't know if it's changed over time, but most of the churches there, that's characteristics of them. And I'm thinking for churches like that, when you have an accident, everybody will die. Because the seats, obviously there are no seat belts. The seats it's like they are old and they've been sprayed again. So some of the metal is still even sitting in it, just a little impact can have some effect on you. And then now having an accident. So generally, before Uber came and all of that, I feel like the standard of vehicles we're using in this country were not the best.
But how about now?
But now,
what do you think is causing the plenty accidents we are witnessing? And how do you think we can stop that?
I think that first of all, it's important to note that you cannot have 100% if it comes to road accidents. You can't have 100% situation where we've had a time when there are no accidents at all. I think the focus should be on minimizing it. So I believe that road safety campaigns, in terms of telling people not to speed, a lot of people like to go on what do you call it, jolly or joy rides, where, especially where I live, Central University is close to that point. So you have people on the Dawenya Road, and the motorway leads to the Dawenya Road. You have a lot of people speeding unnecessarily on roads like that. And it's not necessary. You see, sometimes younger people want to impress their friends and show that, yeah, their car is a machine and everything. And I feel like at the end of the day, if you have a car, but you cannot drive it because you are dead or the car is damaged, what's the point? You see, so I think that the road safety starts from me and you. Okay, the fact that you know that a car is just a means of transport from one point to the other. The whole fanfare about speed and everything is not necessary, right? If we begin to have that at the back of our minds from the beginning, like internally with ourselves, it's a good start to go with. But at the end of the day, you may believe in all of that and go onto the road and meet somebody who doesn't believe in any of those things, or somebody who is trying to, maybe he's a truck driver, he's just trying to make sales. He's driving anyhow, he's trying to get into this lane and everything. Those are the people that need a lot of the education. See, the people who are not necessarily formal, the informal people, they need a lot of education, because and we've seen a lot of adverts for a lot of truck drivers. The focus is on, he's going to pour like, I'm going to pour them down and come back and pick some more. The human life, when they sit in the truck, the human life becomes more of a commodity. So they don't take care. And I feel like maybe if the laws were stiffened to have stricter punishment on commercial drivers that cause accidents, maybe it could help, because right now they are, it's just reckless.
Okay, I would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign with me, Lord Harisidasari. After the break, we'll get further details from David Dawoku. Please stay tuned.
Hi, My name is Ato Akins. Road accident is taking more lives than COVID-19. So be very careful on the road and stay safe. Do the right thing. Save a life.
Welcome back. This is still the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign series. My name is Lord Harisidwasari, and we're speaking to a content creator, MC, and a lead creative, or a creative lead, David Awuku. So you're telling us about how especially commercial drivers should be educated, but recent statistics have also shown that private drivers are usually guilty of causing accidents with their indiscipline. We normally have people either texting and driving or making wrongful overtaking and such. How do you think things like that should be addressed?
I think that from time to time, as human beings are happy when they cheat death. You get what I'm saying? Like you get a thrill when you cross the road and the car almost hits you and you made it to the other side. The car, you were safe. People get thrills from that. I think constant reminders that it's not worth, you are going to a place. Better leads. It's even a saying that better leads than never. Yeah. You see, people feel like they can make a wrongful overturning and they can get away with it, and until it's too late and they meet another vehicle. I think that people should be constantly reminded of the fact that it's not worth it. The road safety campaigns and marketing should be in your face. Wherever you get to, whatever traffic light you get to, there should be a reminder that speed kills, or ensure that you signal when you are driving. Don't take wrong turns. All these things should be.
So you think there's not much visibility? Because I think we pretty much have a lot of stickers and educational materials in people's faces everywhere, but we still have accidents occurring at a higher rate.
Yes, so for that point, you cannot blame all accidents on
lack of education.
On lack of education, or on, like I said from the beginning, a lot of the accidents, if we were to, I don't know the percentages, but different factors cause the accident. So you may have an accident being caused by the person who is driving the car. You may have an accident being caused by a commercial driver. You may have an accident being caused. It's not about the commercial driver, it's not about the car. It's about the road or some external factors, rain, low visibility. A lot of these things happen. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So there won't be a moment where altogether, absolutely, there will be no accidents. But I feel like the focus should be on the parts we can control. Being a driver, commercial drivers around, and people not paying attention to certain safe ways to drive on the road. So I feel like, as for education, there cannot be too much education. You understand? As much as we can put there is very important. Maybe we realize that we have to find relatable ways of getting this education out. So for example, a lot of people listen to certain shows during their drive time and stuff like that. There should be a conscious effort to put that education as well on the shows. Okay. You understand? Okay. So it should be, people listen more when everything is in their face. Wherever they turn to, they see some warning or some caution here about driving safe and things of that nature. So I think that the education has been there, the education has been intensive, but a lot more would do. A lot more would do.
All right, David Awuku, Mr. Day, thanks a lot for your time here. What are your final words to our viewers as far as the road safety campaign is concerned?
I feel like generally, everybody lives for one important thing, which is self-preservation. Everything you do, I don't think anybody would willingly go and put themselves in harm's way. When you have life, you have hope, you have a means of income, you have a way to connect to people, you have opportunity to do things and be greater. You understand? When you take life away, all of those things have left. I even forgot to mention, when you have life, you have people. Nobody's an island, so people depend on you. So you need to live. You need to live. There are so many reasons for life, and so you don't want to cut that short by getting involved in an accident and losing your life. If you don't lose your life and you lose a limb, or you lose your sense of, something, maybe you go and hit your head against something and you can't think properly anymore. That's just your source of living going away. You become a vegetable and become dependent on other people. So I feel people should consider all of those things before you sit in your car to drive, or before you take some reckless decision in terms of driving. Think about how you are preserving your life for the people that depend on you and for yourself as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's all time will allow us on today's edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, you out there in the audience, what you can do to help this campaign is that when you see some potholed roads or some lights which are not functioning or some misdemeanor by drivers or any form of indiscipline, record it, send it to us on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb TV. On Twitter, is the GhanaWeb. Thank you for watching. My name is Lord Harisidwasari.
Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifare Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples, that is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
back from the break. So on Monday, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram users were unable to access their accounts due to a global shutdown. The app, which subsequently came back online, had users initially worried over their data and how secure their information were on the app. My colleague Mauli Ahonumeda had a discussion with a cybersecurity and investigation consultant, Philemon Hini, on the growing development. Here is the full report.
On Monday, 3 social media platforms experienced a 6-hour-long halt, namely Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. As a result of this, users were unable to access their accounts, with some experiencing crashes and glitches. To unpack the recent developments, I'll be speaking with the acting principal consultant at the E-Crime Bureau, which is the Cybersecurity and Investigations Bureau, and we'll be delving into the cybersecurity threats and how to counter them. Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholemega. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. Before I delve into the conversation, the acting principal consultant here at the E-Crime Bureau, Philemon Hini, will be taking us through the salient steps on how they counter cybersecurity threats right here at their lab at the E-Crime Bureau.
So this is actually our managed security service.
Okay.
So what we normally do is that we monitor our clients' network for cyber threats, and we quickly respond and remediate the threats before it becomes, an incident.
Okay.
So on the dashboard here, you will normally see the guys monitoring, or the team monitoring incidents that are reported or events within the environment. So say a computer is infected with, let's say, a malware. Okay, so it pops out there, and we are able to go in and locate that very computer, do some analysis to establish the capability of the malware and also, let's say, the impact on the environment. Then based on that, we follow certain procedures to eliminate it from the network. So it's a kind of 24/7 thing where you have people keeping their eyes in the network, because if you don't do that, you don't know when it will become, a serious incident. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's going on at the other
Okay.
screen?
So this one, what we just projected, or what we have here, is more of like our training programs, our online training programs. So usually, one of the things that we do is the E-Crime Bureau, with our expertise. We are 10 years. Okay.
Yes, 10
so
years, yeah.
With our expertise in the industry, we train a lot of people. But these days, this time we have tried to digitalize most of the training programs so that people can, take their training at their own convenient, time. Yes. So that is what we do. But coming here also, as we don't just do cybersecurity, we do something we call digital forensics.
Okay.
The whole concept is that security is not 100%. Okay, you can have security, say 80%, but that 20% is your insecurity. So how do you manage this insecurity? You manage it by ensuring that you can respond to any attack within that 20% range before it tends to be a serious problem to your organization. So we do digital forensics. So if your security fail, we have to come in to do the investigations to understand how the attack occurred, which vulnerability was exploited, what is the impact.
So you look at the timelines and all that. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, you are actually an investigator. So we look at the timelines, establish the root cause. Okay, so as part of doing that,
so before you go, I don't know what devices. What device is this?
Okay, so this device is Celebrite.
Okay.
Celebrite is one of the leading digital forensic tools out there in the world.
Right.
And what it does is that when maybe you are conducting an investigation, there's a mobile device involved, like a mobile phone, iPhone, Android, Huawei. Okay, we have to extract or make a copy of that phone.
Okay.
By extracting every data, your chat, your deleted information, So these two help us to do that. So once we connect it with these various cables that we have here, to your phone, we are able to pull out all the messages, and even the ones that you have deleted.
Wow.
So say you send some text message, you quickly deleted it, or
So
a picture.
nothing ever gets deleted.
Technically no. To some extent, deleted information are still able to recover. So this helps us to be able to do that. And even with drones, these days people are using drones a lot. Okay, and drones can be used in crimes, like maybe delivering some contraband, material and other things. So in case we intercept any of them, we're able to also use it to do the extraction of that information. So aside that, also we have various tools that we use that aid us in terms of our investigations to be able to get to the roots and do a root cause analysis and be able to inform security. So once we are done with our investigations, we are able to know what caused the issue. Then we are able to advise you as to how you should what mechanisms you should put in place to ensure that we are able to beef up your security. Okay. So basically, on a daily basis, that is what we do. We have team members here who have been doing research. Okay, so on incidents, what is happening within the industry, and also send advisory through our cyber threat intelligence portal to inform our customers to be ahead of the cyber criminal. One thing I hate when people tell us that the criminals are always ahead of us. So to be ahead of us, we need R&D, we need a lot of research so that we can also be ahead of them. And that is what exactly we do here on a daily basis.
Philemon, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you've been hearing from Philemon, and he's taking us through what goes on right here at the E-Crime Bureau's lab and how to go ahead of the criminals that will tend to attack you. Now, we'll be engaging a conversation on the WhatsApp, Facebook shutdown that occurred recently. Enjoy the conversation. I'm sure you understand what happened on Monday. What was your first initial reaction when you found out that Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp were down?
I thought I was out of data. That's the first thing that came to my mind. So, because I sent, as at the time, actually, I think I was training, and I had to relay some information to my colleagues back in the office. So, I sent a WhatsApp message on our group. So, I was actually expecting an instant response because it was quite urgent. But I went back again. I realized that the message wasn't delivered. Usually you take one in a group to indicate that it has been delivered. So I followed up with a series of messages. Within a few seconds, I went back again to check it wasn't. So I was in the process of, going to buy data because I thought perhaps I've run out of data. And something dawned on me to check my balance first, my data first, and I realized that I had data. So I thought maybe the network is doing its own thing again. So let me just give it some time. So I went back to training. It was actually a whole day training. So after the training, I realized that still messages were not delivered. So as usual, I normally check things on Twitter, not specifically to find out whether there was something wrong with WhatsApp, but it's just a daily routine. So I went to Twitter, and then I saw messages about people complaining about, messages not being delivered on WhatsApp, and people were saying all sorts of things. So that's why I got to know that actually there's a problem, because social media was just going, so crazy as at the time. Yes.
So the shutdown lasted for 6 hours, according to Facebook. And but from your point of view, a lot of businesses rely on these platforms to transact, even individuals also as techs. I know it's early days, yes, but have you been able to ascertain the impact of this 6-hour shutdown?
Yes, certainly. As much as maybe I will not be able to put figures to it as to how much it costs organization, but yes, of course, some institutions have come out to say that it has cost them greatly. But I think it has cost most institutions in that, for instance, if you look at our local context here in Ghana, most people, use Facebook or Instagram to sell their products, to engage with people, to advertise. They have, people even have events. Okay, they stream, their events on social media. So just imagine social media is off. You're having an event in which you want to stream and your audience are online. What's going to happen to you? So people were greatly affected. Comments didn't go on. People were not able to buy and sell. And I think one other thing that's also impacted organization is that you realize that in most applications these days, when you try to register or log on, they give you the option to use either Facebook to log on without creating an account. Okay, like a kind of a single sign-on. So even I also do that. Most of my services that I access online, sometimes I don't use I don't recreate a profile again. So I have to just rely on the social media to use as a means to authenticate the platform. So now Facebook is not working. How do you authenticate this platform? It becomes very difficult. And if this platform is something that is supposed to, facilitate your business or enable you to achieve certain goal, then after that point, you are not going to achieve that goal. And also, aside that, people also use social media to relay vital information. So meaning that this communication has been cut at this time. So that information is not going to reach these people any longer. And again, Facebook itself, it costs them a lot. Okay, I think I read in one of the articles that it cost them about 6 million or so. Some people were saying 7 million or so. Why? Because yes, Facebook's business model is on advertisements. So once people are clicking the ads, they are getting money. So if we are down for about 6 hours, just imagine the whole world, about 3.5 billion users, and no one is clicking on any ads. Just imagine how much it's going to cost them. So actually, it costs them a lot of money. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm sure this has greatly impacted a lot of individuals and businesses. But now let's come to some, rumors that are out there that it's a bunch of kids on the dark web just trying to steal people's data or disturb Facebook and all these other platforms. What's your take on that?
Okay, so initially, when I went to Twitter and I realized that people were saying all sort of things, I didn't know what to believe in. But as an expert in cybersecurity, certainly I know there is an issue, and if there's an issue, it could be systemic issues, it could be deliberate attacks. So I didn't side with any of those information, but I took it as maybe a form of intelligence. Okay, so yes, at a point, I almost even convinced myself that this could be an attack because, prior to even this shutdown, Facebook was also going through some, whistleblower legal issues with Congress and other things. So I even read an article that somebody indicated that Facebook intentionally shut down to, wipe certain information. So as at the time, you didn't know what was happening. But I think after, let's say, they came live, at least we were able to get some few information out there, read some few information out there as to what happened. So I think most of the information that I got was that it was kind of a human error. Okay, so basically Facebook has huge computers or data centers, scattered across the globe. Okay, and whenever you want to, let's say, access WhatsApp, you have to connect to one of these data center to retrieve information or to process the data. So there are systems, there are network backbones that makes you connect to these services. So just imagine the whole internet as a kind of a spider web. Okay, and at each very node there's a computer, or at each very point there's a computer. So if you want to communicate, you usually will communicate to the nearest computer. Then the nearest computer will relay the information to the other till it gets to its destination. So according to them, on a daily basis or on a regular basis or on a scheduled basis, they do maintenance on the system to either add to capacity or to test their connectivity or to identify the issues before it becomes incidents. So as part of that, they issued a command to check their access to some of the data centers to the internet. But apparently the command that they issued was contained certain errors. And according to them, they claim that they have a good auditing system that could have audited and identified the problem before the date occurred. But also there was some kind of weakness in that procedure. So the command went through, and instead of the command going to check the availability to the internet, it rather disabled all the data centers. So the backbone is the internet that glues all these data centers together, or the network that glues all these internet data centers together. So what the command did was that it isolated all the data centers from the backbone, so they couldn't communicate to each other. And as part of the network that they have, there is one component in it that is responsible to ensure that all their services is accessible by everyone on the internet. So this device, because the data centers were disabled from the backbone, itself couldn't even reach its own internal network. So the system also became confused. That why am I not getting to my internal network? And this system is responsible to also tell the outside world, you and I, that this is where Facebook is and this is how you are able to reach it. And because now it is confused about its own network, it decided to tell the internet that, hey, our network is no longer available, so delete it from your record. So that was deleted. which we call, you usually call it the BGP protocol. Okay. So that information or that records or that map which will tell the world where to locate Facebook was deleted by the instruction of this internal server, which we call the DNS. Okay, so that was taken off. Now, ISPs systems out there in the internet didn't know how to find Facebook. So it was very difficult to reach Facebook as at the time, and this is what caused the outage. And now they are blaming it on, you know, internal errors. But one thing that also Facebook said, which made them take a longer time to recover, was that now that the systems were isolated from the internet, they have to certainly assess it to be able to, you know, address the issue. And how do you assess it? Under normal circumstance, two ways: remote access or physical access. And I've already said that these systems are scattered over the world. So how are you going to do it? So the best way is to use the remote access. And now that they are not hooked up onto the network, it was difficult for them to access it remotely. So they have to resort to the physical access. But Facebook has designed their system according to, you know, the internal information. They have designed their system in such a way that it's very difficult to have physical access to protect our data. So they have implemented certain, you know, physical security controls, like access controls, you know, to restrict physical access to those servers. So now that they have done that, now you see security has become a blockade. Yeah. So now they have to find a way, or a secure way, to fly people to the various centers where the servers affected are, to be able to go and reconfigure or address the issues. So that is what took them a very long time in terms of getting physical access to the system to go and resolve the issues. And one thing about the internet is that after they resolve the issues, you know, the DNS server, or the server which is supposed to tell the world how they can locate Facebook, you know, they have to re-update it with the map so that our service providers across the globe will be able to know where Facebook is located. So once they did that, it takes time to propagate across the entire computers in the world. So you realize that when Facebook came up, though it was up, they fixed the issue. Not all of us were able to access it immediately. Some countries said they were able to access it. Some people said they couldn't access it. So, but at the end of the day, it took some time to propagate for us to be able to access it. So, in summary, that is what really happened. Yes.
Philemon, thank you very much. I'll take a quick break and I'll be right back. Yeah, I've been speaking with Philemon Heaney, and he's the acting principal consultant at the E-Crime Bureau, and we've been talking about the recent Facebook shutdown and its implications. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from that break. I've been speaking with Philemon Heaney, and he's the acting principal consultant here at the E-Crime Bureau, which is a cybersecurity and investigations firm. Philemon, you've been explaining some very technical things to me, which is quite good. Now I want to come to, I read something when the shutdown happened. What's the difference between a glitch and then a crash?
Okay, so let's say in the context of IT, but let's look at it from this angle also. I think some years ago we all witnessed the Boeing, which crashed, and a lot of people lost their life through that plane crash. Now, yes, experts came to say that the issue was a software glitch. Okay, that led to the crash. So to use this one to explain the difference between the glitches and the crash. Okay, so glitches could be, let's say, a kind of malfunction. Okay, it could be some kind of failure. It could be some kind of error. Okay, that could lead to a catastrophic, maybe an event like crash. So crash could be maybe the thing could shut down. Okay, and that is exactly what happened to the plane at the time. You realize that the glitches, which is a misconfiguration or a bug, okay, or an error in the software system, led to a crash of the plane, which was total damage. And total damage could be disintegration or even total shutdown. Okay, so a glitch could lead to a crash. So I believe this. So now in the context of IT, okay, you can have, let's say, a software, and in configuring in configuration of the software, you can make a mistake in it. So when the software starts operating, it will malfunction, and when it continuously exhibit that behavior, it could lead to a shutdown, and that shutdown could be unexpected shutdown could be termed as what, a crash. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now I want to come to the data, especially back home. We have a lot of Ghanaians that use all these platforms, especially Facebook, WhatsApp, and then Instagram. Most of our parents are always on WhatsApp, sending us videos and all of that. Should we be worried that in terms of data, with the shutdown that happened, have we lost some data?
Okay, so I think as at this time, I've been also monitoring the incident, but Facebook hasn't come out to say that this shutdown led to data loss, and I don't think most people has also come up to say that they have lost data. So I would say, based on the available information that we have now, I'm not sure people have lost their data. In any case, people who attempted to send data and they didn't deliver, it delivered after the network was restored. So we don't have any information or any evidence out there that suggests that this issue led to data loss. Yes, we don't.
Yeah. So recently, just yesterday, the communications minister made a call on the Ghanaian tech community to develop our own apps. Yeah. What do you make of this call on them, and what do you think our Ghanaian tech community should be doing to ensure that maybe in the future we can have our own social media platforms?
For me, I think this is not the first time that maybe a nation has come out to say that they want to develop their own social network. Okay, it's more about data localization, because when you think about the data that we share among the social media platform, they are not within our jurisdiction. So if there's a crime or there's anything that requires that you have to request for information, our laws do not give us that power to be able to do that, unless you use maybe the various bilateral or agreement or multilateral agreement that we have with the member countries or the country in question. So if the minister is saying that this is a wake-up call for us to develop our own app, for me, I think yes, it's good. Data will be localized and we'll be able to manage our own social media space. But you see, social media is not just about, let's say, a particular nation. Okay, it's social, it's global. So the question is, what other people, are we going to develop it in such a way that other countries will also be using our platform? Because that's what brings innovation. Okay, that is what brings globalization. That is what merges the whole world together, and that is the beauty about it. Okay, currently most people have attempted to develop the app, but people didn't patronize it. I quite remember some time ago when WhatsApp came up with these privacy issues. A lot of people have to run away or move to Signal. It didn't take them long, and they came back to WhatsApp. Yeah. So for me, these are things that we have to think about. How are we going to get people to use it? How attractive is it going to be? What are we going to do different from WhatsApp? Is it going to be better than the platform? Okay, and these are things that are going to make people, jump onto the platform. So for me, I wouldn't say it's not a good thing. It's a good thing, but we have to look at what is outside there and do something better, so that the younger generation will be able to patronize it and also attract other people from other countries to be able to use it. And this is what will make the platform usable and attractive to everyone. Yes.
Now I want to come down to we're almost at the end. I want to come back to cybersecurity, and incidents of cyber fraud. It keeps rising. What do you think we should be doing in terms of regulations and all of that to ensure that our cybersecurity regime is robust? Because the threats keep coming almost every single day.
Yeah. Yes. Cybersecurity, of course, no one is immune to cyber attacks. Organizations are being attacked here and there, and not just in Ghana alone. But currently, you will see that most institutions have started building capacity quite recently, and even now, we are in the cybersecurity month. So what I would say is that organizations shouldn't just use the certification as a protection, because currently we are aware most institutions are getting some kind of industry certification to ensure that they align their organization to a particular standard. But we shouldn't just be comfortable with that. We should keep on monitoring. We should keep on, assessing our weakness each and every day to know where the attackers are, the avenue through the attackers are also using. So, and also involving the end users also in terms of creating their awareness, trying to build, some kind of cybersecurity culture, because at last there's a culture that also protects us. Because if I believe in something, you know how people defend their beliefs. You don't force them. Okay, they just defend it. As a Christian, if you meet a Christian, you try to go into an argument with him, no one empowers him to defend. Okay, so cybersecurity has to be like that. We have to let people understand that it's a culture. We have to create an environment where people are able to feel confident to speak about incidents. People are able to feel confident to report issues. Because these days, the end users, sometimes they identify issues but they don't report it, and it escalates to become an incident. So for me, I think that we shouldn't just rely on this education, but what we have to do is that we should continuously assess our weakness as an organization. We should put measures in place so that we have full visibility within our environment to ensure that each and every day the threats are identified and neutralized. Yes.
Philemon, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so I've been speaking with Philemon Heaney, and he's the acting principal consultant here at the E-Crime Bureau, which is a cybersecurity and investigations bureau. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Maui Akolumeda, for that eye-opening report. Up next is Biz Headlines. Stay tuned. To our very first story on the ongoing SIM card re-registration exercise, the National Communications Authority has said the ongoing SIM card re-registration exercise is expected to propel economic transformation in Ghana. According to the Director General of the authority, the exercise will ensure that Ghana becomes one of the first African countries to have a SIM ecosystem. With a robust SIM registration exercise, we are sure that Ghana will become one of the first African countries to have a SIM ecosystem that will have integrity and act as a cornerstone for rapid transformation of the economy. By our coordinated efforts, we encourage that the SIM card registration exercise will subsequently complement the efforts of cybersecurity stakeholders in fighting the growing sophistication in cyber-related threats and crime. To our second story, which is from Newtown, Ghana, President Nana Akufo-Addo has announced government's decision to absorb Newtown Ghana Limited into its industrialization initiative, the One District, One Factory. The company, which was first established in 1974 as a bus manufacturing firm for Ghana's public transport fleet, has in recent times been on the decline due to an array of challenges. As a result of this, Newtown has had to lay off many of its staff over a lack of securing contracts from government and the private sector to boost its operations, and has had to fall on repair and maintenance services, which have led to recurring losses. But President Akufo-Addo, during his just-ended 4-day working visit of the Ashanti region, said government was keen on reviving the once vibrant company, Newtown was. The Registrar General's Department has announced that it will, from October 2021, commence processes to delist some 3,100 organizations from its record of companies. The development comes after the RDG had earlier notified its organizations and individual firms to update their records and file their annual returns as mandated by law. The statement issued by the department and cited by GhanaWeb explained that the first 3,100 companies to be delisted form part of an overall 100,000 earmark to be taken off its record by the end of 2021. The delisting process is commencing with 3,100 companies being taken off the company's register by being made inactive in the database. This is the first batch of companies to be listed this month out of the over 100,000 companies registered since 2011, the statement read in part. The Minister for Food and Agriculture, Dr. Owusu-Efriye Akoto, has disclosed his intention for the establishment of Grain Development Authority. According to him, he is putting measures to ensure that the authority is created by the first quarter of 2022. He is quoted to have said that, "I am making a submission to Parliament, then go to the Cabinet for the creation of a Grain Development Authority. The authority is to address the current food price fluctuations in the country. Also, funds from the authority would be used to stock the 80,000 warehouses handed over to him during the harvesting season." To our very last story for the day, gold in commercial quantity has been discovered at Nkrumah in the northeast region. Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu-Jinapor, who disclosed this, said the commercial volume is yet to be ascertained. Speaking to journalists after meeting with the Northeast Regional Security Council, Mr. Jinapor said some foreign nationals who are involved in illegal mining there have already been flushed out from the gold deposit site. He said government is taking proactive steps to secure the deposits and also to protect the white and black waters from pollution by illegal miners, as happened in other areas. He said the initial assumption that gold is found in the southern part of Ghana has changed. It's a wrap for today's edition of Business on GhanaWeb TV. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, and YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Shawa Asante. Do have a splendid weekend.
Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples, that is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes, they will still do very well.
Right there.
Office romance, they say, can get you crazy. Now imagine a colleague being all over your man. Like, please, can you get your hands off my man? Is it always the case that romance can get into the way of your work? Or people say that it's a no-no affair when it comes to office romance. But some too say that love always wins. On this episode of Mons and Cuddles, my guest and I discuss the nitty-gritties of office romance. I am Paulina Dida Opoku. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now today's topic, once you work, you're not a stay-at-home mom or dad, it will be of interest to you. The act of balancing office romance. Yeah, you might have heard someone in the office space who is dating a colleague, or maybe you yourself. Like, how do you balance it? Because a lot of people say that it has a lot of disadvantages compared to the advantages. So right on this episode of Mons and Cuddles, my guest and I will all bring the negative, the hearsays, and if once you are into it, how best you balance it with your work. So now today I have here with me Mystic Mike. Mystic, you're welcome back to Mons and Cuddles.
Many thanks for having me.
I'm always glad to see you because, you know, I like how you say the thing. You don't cut corners, straight to the point. You just drop it there.
Exactly. If it must be done, it must be done well.
It must be done well. Good to have you. Franca, it's always a pleasure having you because you are one of the few women who say things like, you know, women, we like to say things for the women's side. But with you, I know you are straight to the point. If you are not right, you say it as it is. So it's good to have you back on Mons and Cuddles.
Nice being here.
All right. Francisca Ashon is an HR practitioner. So HRDs, you know a lot of our HRs, when you're having an office romance, they say that no, it will interfere with work. So today, dear, please, you will explain to us why you're particular about it and if it has more disadvantages compared to the advantages. And then Mystic is a journalist. Mystic. So we have full force. We're ready to go.
Certainly.
All right. So people say that when it comes to office romance, it will get into the way of your job. So would a person be unproductive if they have a relationship or their boyfriends or their girlfriends are in the same office space with them?
There's the risk that it can impact work.
Okay.
And that's why a lot of the business heads or business owners or the business managers, they are not too enthused about relationships or intimate relationships at work. Okay. In fact, with the banks, I understand there is a rule or a protocol that no lovers should be allowed. Okay. You know, so we've also heard that if you two meet at a workplace and you desire each other that much and you want to take it to the long haul, then one must resign. So one resigns and goes to find another work. Other companies also are a bit liberal. They will say no lovers at one branch. Whilst they will not forbid it, then there won't be lovers at the Dansoman branch of that entity. So there can be a lover in the general sense of it, the company, but then they have to work at different departments or branches. So one will be at Dansoman, one will be at La Paz or Usu, and someone will be at Jolo.
But what God has put together, let's know man. Let's know man.
You must understand that whilst he has positives, whilst he has things to be said for it, being intimate with a work colleague also comes with some negativity and some downside. Imagine having bunked the previous night or shagged the previous night,
okay,
and then there was an issue, perhaps issues of infidelity, cheating, and what have you, and so a partner is vexed and then takes that energy to the workplace the following day. If you are a front service personnel, you are going to relay that energy to clients and customers who come to you for inquiries or who come to you for service, just because a lover, you had an issue with your lover, and that can cost the business money, it can cost the business reputation, it can cost the business in various other ways through no fault of theirs. They didn't ask for your partner to be a cheat, so why should they pay for the indiscretion of that partner? So these are the nitty-gritties and the pros and cons, some of the pros and cons of having intimate partners on a team.
All right, but I beg to differ, because some people can be very professional with their relationship at work. But let me take this from Franca. So can someone be less productive when they are involved in office romance?
I would like to first of all take it from this angle. So modern organizations actually admit and understand the fact that as a human entity, there is likely to be this kind of attraction that can occur.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think most organizations now are emphasizing more on the fact that sexual harassment is not accepted, and they are educating their employees more on this. Why did I mention sexual harassment? Because once people are into a relationship and they are in the same organization, say the same branch, okay, same location, what is going to happen is that the tendency of the man or the woman trying to be naughty at work is great. Okay, so at the expense of work. So probably a working period, a man will intentionally send message to a girlfriend who might be in a different department or different cubicle or something, and they may end up using productive time maybe in a washroom somewhere. You can't tell, you see. So for organizations, it's because of this. And you know, there are some men, if they want to have you and you say no, they get angry, and at that material moment, an anger, and assuming the person is going to work with figures. So if this person is angry and is going to work with figures, you can imagine how confused that person is going to be. So you can imagine the impact it's going to have on the organization. So most of the recent organizations, though they advise people on this sexual harassment, also are of the view that if you want to keep a relationship, most of the time it shouldn't be someone who is your direct reports or you are in the direct reporting line with. They also will say that, okay, if you are in a different departments and you have no link whatsoever with whoever you are in the relationship with, it can be overlooked.
It can be overlooked.
But as I said, so many things make organizations want to shy away from this office romance thing.
Okay.
Though it has its advantages. For me, I think that once the disadvantages will have more impact on the organizational productivity, we have to be careful and look at it. So yes, it does impact on organizational productivity if not handled with care.
All right, Franca, you've said a lot, but then people have argued that once there's an office romance, you're dating someone, whether it's that you are intimate or it's just a relationship that you guys are both building, there can be issues of favor. So maybe if you don't even deserve a position, you don't even deserve something because you're sleeping around with the boss, you know, they can say, oh, you can have this promotion, you can get this thing. So how do you separate fair? Because you don't want to, people are working genuinely, they deserve to be promoted, even though maybe you haven't had a relationship with your boss. How do you separate it so your colleagues don't say, oh, there she goes again, she didn't deserve it?
Once you decide to have an office romance, you should know that you are likely to be a topic for discussion. That one, you cannot overemphasize it. You understand? People are likely to talk about you. Some of the things may be assumptions, okay? Some may be true. I say this because, well, I have worked in a lot of entities, and sometimes it's very glaring at the face. You know, you can actually read between the lines, and you can add A to B and you realize that this one,
yeah.
Especially when you feel that, when we look at the output of your jobs, assuming you are two ladies, you look at the output of your jobs and you realize that there is this position, we are all eyeing this position. Everybody might know that maybe A is very efficient than B.
Yeah. So
but then
obvious.
maybe because B is having a relationship with some, it might not be even the direct boss, it might be some other boss, somebody who she's not even reporting to. But because the bosses meet at a particular level to discuss at management level, they have that rapport. So they can say, oh, why don't you just push this lady there? Just because of the relationship they have. So for me, I always advise young ladies out there that, look, if you go to work. Forget the office romance thing. Though it has a positive side, I always say just work. You know, I say just work because if you deserve it, people will think you don't deserve it. And it's an insult to your integrity. You see, it's an insult to your personality. Because assuming I know I'm capable, I'm hitting at everything I'm supposed to be doing right, and I'm hitting and making productivity for the company. And then someone thinks that, oh no, because the boss is his boyfriend, that is why she's getting the favor. It's an insult. And when that happens, your career ladder becomes a bit questionable. Because now you have to prove yourself to everywhere you go. Because if they hear that stigma, oh, this one, she likes dating big men or big bosses in the organization, your climbing of the ladder becomes difficult. Every step you take, they'll think you are favored because of that.
Well, the submission you make that to ladies, if you find yourself in a workplace, just work. What happens, Franca? Let's be honest. You know, once you spend more time at a place, maybe let's say we're talking about work. So at the office, you get to go to lunch with the person. When you're having bad days, there's the same person you run to. How do you prevent yourself from not falling in love? Because some of them are real, not that maybe we're just having sex, we just, you know, it's just a friend with benefit thing. In real life situation where you both like feel like this is it, how do you balance it? Because
my brother says something from his earlier submission. He said that some are real, and I agree, some can be real.
Yeah.
But you see, emotions are such that you cannot control. Some are able to control, but to some magnitude, some level. Once emotions grow wild, it just goes like wildfire. You see, you will think that, oh, I can handle it when there is a breakup. I can handle it. I assure you, you will not be able to handle it. Because your work will be affected, everything you do will be affected, and it will even affect your relationship with other people in the organization, because you begin to feel you've been used and dumped. So for me, I think it's just not right. The emotion might be there, but we have to control ourselves when we go to the working sphere.
All right. Mistake.
Yeah.
So in a case where you are not able to control yourself, and then you're in a let me say, a relationship with a guy or a woman at your workplace, how do you identify if it's just a fling or real love? Because you know some people, they just want to buy time with you at the office. They might not tell you maybe they have a serious girlfriend at home. So how do you identify? How do you, as a man or a woman?
So, you know, falling in love has no scientific formula. You can meet someone and then you would have very strong feelings for that person. Even married people will tell you when they go out, they meet people, and that's what that's what some of the married women say. I wish I had met you earlier.
Married men. Are you sure it's the women that
I had married men.
If I had met you, I wouldn't have married my wife. That thing is a lie.
Both ways, actually. I wish
women we hardly say this.
I wish we had crossed paths. You know, and that's what people say, because, and for those who are unmarried, it's one of the things that works on their mind, that what if I start dating Paula, or I start loving Paula, and then I step out, and or even not even if I start dating Paula, you might see Paula, you desire her, you take a step, you meet Dora, and you're like, God damn,
where were you all?
You know, so you're like, how do I settle with one person? It's actually the bane of many single people.
Does that apply to you too?
Of course. I mean, there are times you meet people and like, you know, because there's so much goodness out there. So the question is, if you are developing strong feelings or feelings for someone at the workplace, you must sit yourself down and ask yourself a few questions. All right. Is this me just wanting to get into the pant of this person? Is it me just having sexual attraction and I just want to taste it, see how she tastes like? Is it me just seeing a fine boy and I want to just have him? Is it me trying to use this person to advance my career opportunities? Because there's that also. People come to workplaces, they look around, you know, some of the mid-level senior members. So a young lady comes in and says, Charlie, Mr. Adom, okay, I think I can work on Mr. Adom, get Mr. Adom, get into his favor, get into his good graces. Okay. So that when management level things are being discussed, I can be positioned favorably. Okay, great. There's that. People come to workplaces and study the terrain because they realize it isn't always going to be about hard work. No, that alone wouldn't be enough. For them, let's use other means to accentuate the hard work that we already do. There are some who are there, and for some, they meet people at the workplaces and they want this for the long term. They don't want monkey business. They see you, they say, Paula, you are the one. You are the chosen one. Exactly. You are the one. I can't sleep without thinking about you. I can't be driving without thinking about you, Paula. When I come to work and I see you and I behold your beauty, Paula,
I can't wait.
I thank the universe always for bringing you to existence. So for that person, if he tells Paula that this is how I feel about you, and Paula says, do you know what? I have been feeling same about you. And so the two agree to give it a go. But then the policy at the workplace forbids it. Then a decision must be made. A decision must then be made if truly this is what you ultimately want. So one of both partners will sit down and say, look, we want this. We want ourselves. We see ourselves having a future. But the company here says no way. And that if we must exist, then one must leave this company. So the two of you will come to that decision. Look at the pros and cons. Which one of you earns higher? Which one of you has a straighter path to ascending the corporate ladder here? So that you take the decision, look, I will leave this company so that you can stay on. I'll find another job and then we marry. Great. Some people come to that realization. And it's worked for some people. It's also backfired for others because this was an ultimate job for some. But they were swayed by love, gave it up, and the person, it didn't turn out to be the ultimate picture they painted. The relationship might have crumbled, and then so you ask yourself, why did I leave KPMG job for love? Why did I leave a tallow oil job for supposed love that did not yield any benefit in the long term? So there is that risk. And as human beings, even stepping away from our homes to town involves an inherent risk. Are you willing to take that risk? And would that risk be justified in the long term? These are the things that must be on our minds when we take such decisions.
All right. Richard, this one there. You want to chip in something?
I agree with him perfectly on what he said about the decision making. So, of course, yes. If you two decide that, oh, we desire each other so much and we cannot do without each other, then you really must sit and discuss. As I said, he mentioned all the points there. You weigh all the pros and cons and you say, damn all the odds. Let's go in out for it. And then one can step down for the other to just climb that social or corporate ladder that the person wants to climb. Right. So I think that it's all a matter of choices. But once it's conflicting with the organizational policy and the culture that the organization has, of course, it cannot be harbored.
Yeah. But Franca, with you, Mr. Jessamine, with you, I know you're not fully for the office romance, having a relationship in the workplace.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. You don't really get your stand.
Yeah, not necessarily. But
with the issue of people saying that it will get into the way of your job, you will not be productive. Let me give you an example. prior to this conversation, I had the conversation with a girl who is dating someone who is in the same space with. And she's saying that when she's having a bad day, and he tells her man that I'm having a bad day, he'll just come, just whisper one or two things, and then back to Joe, like.
The support system. That's a support system.
So you cannot say that it's equally bad, because that is an advantage.
No, Pauline.
So with that,
there's the gain. There's the positive.
Let's appreciate the positive.
No, we can discuss the positives.
Yeah,
we can.
There are actually lots and lots of positives.
Yeah.
That I can tell you.
We cannot overlook
like you said,
that.
you mentioned one. It is beautiful.
Support system.
Some people just see you and they brighten up their day,
Yeah.
and they are able to operate within the capacity in which they are supposed to, and that is there, because then you know that my man is. There's another thing. The fact that you feel that your man is in the office and it's not looking at some other lady's ass somewhere.
Peace of mind.
You have this kind of security.
You're in the same space.
Exactly.
You close, you know his movement.
Exactly.
You even go together. You might be, so you sit in the same car, you go.
Exactly. So that is one. So like I said, you have the comfort, you have the security, and there is a fact that productivity can become high. Why? Because assuming I have a boyfriend, he's making some balancing and he's not able, he's working at it, he's not able to, and I'm done with my job and I'm good in balancing, I'll quickly go help him to do the balancing, and there you go, the company has had its productivity.
Yeah.
So it is not that bad, as I said. So some companies don't actually frown on it. They only give the lay down rules that you have to go by. So assuming I am in company A and I think I'm in love with Eric, I've seen him, I like him. What some companies will do is that you have to tell your HR about it.
Okay. Oh,
Oh
okay.
yes.
So you don't have to keep it a secret.
HRs are the fathers and mothers of organizations. HRs are to have two face. We have the hard face that tells you, hey, this must be done, it must be done right. And we have the motherly face that tells you, come on, let me give you a pat on the back. You need that shoulder to cry on. You can count on me. So HRs are supposed to be this two-face. So you can always walk up to your HR manager and discuss, HR, Mr. Eric and myself, we haven't this thing for each other. It's so strong, and I feel society will look at me. I love him. I wish I can go ahead with him and have a relationship that will end into marriage. No HR will tell you that, hey, you have to stop this. Hey.
Frank, are you sure you're not going to break that bond?
They are not going to do that. I tell you, they will just give you the guidelines. They will give you what you ought to know for you to make your decision. They will tell you the pros and the cons for you to decide if this is what you want. As he said, some have gone ahead with this thing of thinking, brainstorming, and deciding that one leaves, and it has backfired. So HR will make all these points known to you and tell you, go reflect.
All right.
Come back to me with your answer. That is the job of an HR.
So if you found yourself in an office romance, as Frank has said, talk to your HR. Not all of them are into break their relationship. They might just give you the guide and all that. Now remember that Mons and Cuddles is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has got all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Now, my makeup was proudly done by Kiki Sadiq. So she's on Instagram. You can follow The Corporate Chick on Instagram. You can call Kiki on 055-2428-698. The Corporate Chick will glam you for all occasions. Now, Franca, it looks like Mr. K wanted to say something.
Yeah.
So just a quick one before we go on the break.
Another gain for the company is taking work home. So if you work in the same company and you are working on something at the work office and you take it home in bed, you know, you could finish it up. You know, you as Franca said, you are balancing the books, and maybe you are locked up at the balance sheet. You are doing the balance sheet, and then you know your lady can assist us. So these are current assets, these are current liabilities. Help you with the deductions, so you can brainstorm, come back to work, and then when there's a brainstorming session at work, because you exchange ideas, because you judged, because you weighed things over, because you are both in the field, you are both doing the same similar work, you are able to contribute and give other insights other members might not have had
after you've had something,
you know exactly. But I reckon the fear of many business owners about having lovers at the workplace is that they can also conspire, they can also get together to cause malfeasance. They can cause together to rob and steal stock and then manipulate figures to cover up their tracks. So that's another.
Bold, beautiful, talented, God-fearing are the words that best describe her. She's one of the few gospel musicians that have climbed several international stages and represented the country globally. She has proven herself from time to time again, and she's here on Talkatainment to get personal with us. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am yours truly, Elsie Lamar. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and as usual, this show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from jollof rice, smoothies, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 Ghana cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, chicken, one Coca-Cola at all their branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for only 40 cedis at all their branches. Be a part of their midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy one and get one free at all their branches. Also remember to start your weekend with their special jollof rice and fried rice combo from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And yes, the time has come, and we have here the multiple award-winning Mrs. Celestine Donko. You are welcome.
My pleasure. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we stormed her place today, her studio, and we want to have a conversation with her, chat. Yeah, so I know you rap.
Oh yeah.
Yes, so you can open the show by just giving us some, some freestyle, some rap freestyle. Mashada fa my rap freestyle.
Okay, me jima kumembo tunyumbo binti aseshe. Senior Branete no nankenye na so erade hu me mobo. Ode ya dumna dumme. Efe kwade we shira me mana ye too much all for me. Even before I pray is done for me.
Come on.
Sometimes grab me misano but he does for me. Ewe mubanka and shira we nyame neseme nanso. Favor of God do all for me.
Oh yeah. My God, I'm blown. I'm totally blown. Wow, it's the rhyming for me, like, oh my God.
Thank you.
Chale, you're so special.
have to switch
Because you can go like head to head with the guys. This is dope. This is dope.
Thank you.
This is
Thank
dope. So we know you as Mrs. Celestine Donko. We know you to be a singer, a powerful singer who has released back-to-back bangers for us. You have given us songs to worship with. You have given us songs to dance in church with. But there are other things we don't know about you, where you grew up, your upbringing, and all that. Can you give us something brief about your background?
Okay, the full name is Celestine Mausi. I used to be Akakbo, but now Donko because I'm married.
Yeah.
Come from the family of 15. My dad is late. My mom is fully alive, 70 plus and kicking. I'm the 7th sibling of 15. Grew up in Accra, born in Accra. I speak like 4 Ghanaian languages, and I attended school at primary school in St. Augustine's, JHS, Dampoy JHS, SHS, and senior secondary school, and then the University of Ghana. Graduated with a bachelor's degree in information study and sociology. What else? I'm married. I have 3 beautiful girls.
So how is it like toggling between career, life, and then being a family woman?
Well, it's all things are working together. I'm actually family woman. I'm also an entrepreneur. I am fully into detergent production, and so it's just grace and making the maximum use of 24 hours every day. That's all.
Is that enough for you though? The 24 hours, is that
Trust me,
enough?
it is not at all.
Because nowadays, with the blink of an eye, the
time is
gone.
I know, and it feels like sometimes it feels like I have to have a 2 version of me so that one will be doing.
Charlie,
But
you should
it's
hire
all
a
good.
personal assistant though, like, you know.
But I do have a lot of helping hands around. My husband is the #1 of them. I have assistants at home who watch my back and stay with the kids, and my mom helps. So yes, everybody in the family helps one way or the other. So.
You made mention about the fact that you're the 7th born of 15 kids. How did that feel like?
It feels like a lot of work for my mom, you know. But you know, in those days, our parents, there was no family planning. They actually have children for fun. I don't know whether it's for recreation,
entertainment.
But it was good. She kept giving birth. You know, she should have stopped at the 7th, but you know, we thank God.
Mama is a strong woman.
She is
very strong woman. So, moving forward, so you have been able to collaborate with quite a number of secular artists, you know, particularly Akwaboy and Efia. Okay, it's just Akwaboy and Efia, right?
Yeah,
on
basically, let me say 3, Akwaboy, Efia, and Edem.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
Edem.
yeah.
But with the Akwaboy and Efia brought about some controversies, you know, the usual adding gospel access, you're not supposed to sing, you know, that kind of thing. But did that in any way deter you? Are you still going to, like, did you draw lessons from it and go like, okay, so this is it, I've learned my lessons, I'm not going in for any secular artists, or you have an intention to?
Oh yeah, I've learned my lessons. I mean, every experience of it I've added to the next thing I'm going to do. But then definitely it's not going to be a backing down. It has to be something bigger and better. Yeah. So you know, we there's a plan, there's a direction, there's a focus, and that is what I look at. And at a point in time, if there is a need to bring in a secular act to achieve what we want to achieve, we'll go for it. You know, what I did with the Efia and Akwaboy was a project, and the same with Edem. Edem's own was a tribute song for the late Kwabena Jumo, and then Efia and Akwaboy's own was also like an all-star kind of song, Thanksgiving song. So there was a need for it, and my team thought about it, that it was necessary. So going forward, you see, in life we never say never. Yes, when there is a need for it, we'll definitely do.
But like when the criticisms were pouring in left, right, center, forward, what was running through your mind the whole time?
To be very, very honest with you, it revealed to me how much the gospel is not heard. The true gospel is not being preached. Because in a 21st century, if some of these things still come up, and it's not only in Ghana, it's like all over the world.
Yeah.
Recently there was an issue about Kenya West stopping chatting, you know, and so it resonates the fact that the gospel is not being heard or is not being properly preached. Because this, I mean, there shouldn't be discrimination among human beings.
Yeah.
Everybody deserves a chance, you know, to partake in the kingdom. And remember that Bible says we should go ye into the world. Now we are kind of creating a barrier rather. Trust me, this song I did with Efia gave me the opportunity and some kind of position. It made it easy for some of these secular guys to approach me. Yeah. And they wanted to share stuff with me. How they want to be in the church. How they actually want to join singing gospel music, but it's hard for them. Yes, those are the revelations that came out. And so it's sad that the gospel we are doing is actually about reaching out to these people. But on the other hand, we are creating a barrier to stop them. So for me, in the little corner where I am, I add my voice and do what I can do. But I pray that we'll all come to this understanding one day that look, it will shock us in the end.
Yeah, it will shock us definitely.
Shock us in the end.
Because I feel like we are just human beings, flesh and blood. In as much as we all have, like, you might be a Christian and all of that, it's God who sees the heart of man, and He truly knows who is what and who is not what.
And even most importantly, God owns all of us.
Yes.
God actually created and He owns us. So we call ourselves children of God. It's just like a mother who has 15 children like mine. Some will definitely go wayward and some will be in. Does it mean that you will discard your wayward children? No, you won't. And under no circumstance should your siblings also discard you. Even we human beings, if you treat your sibling in a certain way because they are not believers, you yourself now, you can be queried about that. How much more God? And so let's just be careful and let's just do what we are supposed to do.
Speaking about gospel songs and this whole hypocrisy that has come in recent times, there's word out there, fine, they are doing it to secular artists, but in as much as that is happening, there are rumors and there are words out there that is even happening among the gospel fraternity itself. How true is that? Is the sidelining and the what have yous, the negativity that has engulfed lack of unity in the gospel fraternity itself? Is it the case that is what has transcended beyond it and it's affecting the secular acts, the relation between the secular acts?
Well, I won't categorically say yes or no, but the truth of the matter is such notions are, they are real. Yeah. And with every human groups or institutions, people are different in their own ways. They have those they want to click with, and they have those they easily run with, and they easily connect with. But it's all also based on your interpersonal relationship with other musicians. For example, let's say I don't know you at all. I've not met you. But all I know is you are a Ghanaian artist. How do I connect to you? How do I make sure I have a relationship with you? For me, it is, even though I don't know you, I saw you are posting your flyer. I posted too. I saw you've posted a video. Of course you posted because you wanted to be liked.
Yeah.
You wanted to be seen and heard. And so I give you that joy of being seen and heard by commenting and liking your post. So automatically, one kindness definitely returns another. Yeah. So that is how I try to connect with even artists who are not close to me. But the reality is, it seems like there are cliques.
The energy is not the same.
Exactly. And there are people who bond better than others. But I wouldn't call it hatred. I think it's
it's human nature.
I think it's just human nature. But there are ways that we can bridge those gaps, because in our world today, 21st century social media age, we need each other. No corner is small. No following is little. If you have 10 people following you and you post my song, those 10 people have seen it. They might never, they wouldn't have seen it on my page, but they saw it because you posted. That is how important it is for us to actually appreciate proper network and togetherness. It is for our own advantage. It's something that we just need to understand, that it will never help us if we are doing I like, I unlike, but rather connect us on the level of colleagues in the industry. That is what I run with. And so I try to avoid, this is my clique, this is the enemy of my friend, the friend of my enemy, those kind of things. They exist, but I don't run with them.
Are you still receiving the thank yous after performing at churches? Are you? But that's
sister, and easy. But by the grace of God, I mean, first fool is a fool. is not a fool, right? But the second fool is a big fool, and so when you experience unpleasant stuff like that, we come back, sit at the table with a team plan how to avoid it. And so we have been trying to avoid thank yous and meat pies and stuff like that.
Meat pie and cook.
Charlie, wow.
So like, I'm sure sitting back now and looking at all those times, have you ever thought and said to yourself, hey, like I've really wasted my time, pal, at a point in time, because
never, to be honest, no, not at all, because every little bit of the experience we have in life is important for our next level. That was what we used to be, that was how it used to be, but today the story is different. They are all very important experiences, contributing to the journey of where we are going.
You pull off very dope looks.
Oh, do I?
You have crazy, wild fashion sense. I've been watching you, most of your videos, you're dressing and all of that. Who is your plug? Share it so that Charlie,
me too. What?
Your plug.
Like
your fashion plug.
To be honest, I'm a weird kind of person in my own world. I can do the same dress I took to church, like I can do it for months. At other times, I can just put on my,
You're just normal.
I think it's just a creative aspect of me, and that manifests in the way I dress. Yeah, I might do some fashion things in the future. You never know.
Wow, that's great.
Because I really do have it in me.
I know you're enjoying the show, but let me interrupt you a little bit and go for this quick breather. When we come back, we have so much more for you. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Discovery segment on Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm with super talented violin player.
Yeah, Nana the violinist.
Nana the violinist.
Yeah. I didn't get access to a violin or anything until after senior high school, where I met somebody who was playing it. I was like, wow, it's not like you meet people and they have violinists written on their forehead. So I didn't know he actually played until we went to church one time. I saw him playing and I said, okay, then I also want to learn it because I've always wanted to learn since I was a kid, but I never had the opportunity. So he helped me get my first violin, but then he left the country afterwards and I didn't have anyone else to help me out. So I just stuck to the internet, YouTube, practice, and then we are here today. The excitement with being a female violinist, like when everyone sees you, they're like, oh wow, you play the violin. Yeah, so it actually brings joy into the lives of a lot of people because there are lots of common instruments out there. You have piano, guitar, so to have a lady play something that's not so common
in Ghana,
yes, it makes me really happy. Growing up as a kid, I liked singing a lot. I loved music, so the interest has always been there. Yeah.
Right. So what's your favorite thing about being a violinist?
Personally, I love pop music, but being a violinist, I've come to understand that you can't be a violinist or an instrumentalist per se and have a favorite genre of music. You have to be all around because I love pop, somebody doesn't love pop, someone loves reggae, someone loves classical, someone loves Afrobeats, anything. So I made myself an all-round person. Wherever the demand is, that is where I go. No matter how difficult it is, I try so hard to penetrate that market and make sure I get it. So the challenges I've encountered so far has to deal mainly with me having no knowledge in music. I have no knowledge in music. I had to learn everything from scratch. It's been a lot to take in. The violin, there's so many things you have to focus on, how the sound you're producing on the bow, your notes, everything. There's so many things, trying not to make a mistake and all that. Combining that with gaining knowledge in music separately, because you can't just pick the violin and start playing. At least you should have some little knowledge in music. My name is Nana the Violinist. On Instagram, I am Nana the Violinist. On Facebook, Nana the Violinist. And on Twitter is Nana_Ohui, OHUI. And via telephone number, in case of calls for events and stuff like that, you can reach me on 020-906-3302. 020-906-3302. Yeah.
And we are back. If you just joined us, this is Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we are here having a nice time with Mrs. Celestine Donko. Don't forget, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So
when are we going to when are we going to open this pizza?
We will munch in. Oh, you can start. You can start munching in.
Okay. Yeah. There's a way we eat. There's a way we eat pizza. We can do it off camera.
You don't want to be caught unfresh.
Yeah, you know that thing.
Mrs. Donko, you have a new song out. Yeah. Only You.
Yeah.
Why Only You?
Only You is a testimony song. In fact, I mentioned Only You just once in the whole song. But I think it's the most appropriate title because every other thing in the song, the lyrics, the message points to only you. And the you here is just God. Only God. I was just blown away with some amazing things God has done in my life. And because you are in my studio today, let me just begin with how God blessed us with this studio. I used to rehearse at other studios, pay to rehearse. Sometimes we rehearse on credit. Yeah. And especially when I'm about to have celestial praise, we have a lot of rehearsals. We have like more than 20 times rehearsals before the event. And so at that time it's pressure, so we credit the studio and then we rehearse, you know, so that we pay later. But God has blessed my ministry with this beautiful studio, well equipped and all. This is just one of the amazing things God has done. And you know, sometimes when you compare yourself to people, you would lose sight of what God is doing in your own life. You need to do comparison in life, but don't do it looking at people. Look at your past.
Yes.
Compare your past to today, and you'll be able to write down many amazing things that God has done. So we feel like we don't have testimonies because we keep comparing ourselves to other people external of us. But if we will be sincere to ourselves and look back, we would appreciate the mighty things that God has done. So this Only You song is everything of our life pointing to only God. If it hadn't been God, where would we be? So it's a testimony song that says it all for you. When you are thankful to God, you want to express your thanksgiving to God, just go on this Only You song and just express your thanksgiving, express your joy. It says it all.
On this, can you give us some few lines of the Only You?
Okay, so my favorite line is, I have a testimony, a testimony. I tell the world my story of what you have done. Akbenamau, akbenamau. Yeah,
I see you adopt the Ewe language in each of your songs. Is that a style, or you just want to acknowledge the part of the country where you hail from?
It's not really that. It's the love for my language. Even though I'm 100% Ewe, I was born in Ghana. Half of me come from Togo and half of me come from Volta region. I was born in Ghana, schooled in Ghana, so I've actually lost the richness of getting a grip of my language. Yeah, so when I hear it, it excites me. Yes, so it's not like to make a way out there. No, it's just my love for the language. So some way, somehow, a piece must show up in my song.
Because the first the first time I heard your voice was on that was what gripped me. So that's the only part of the song I sing. Please help sing it for me.
Machonimowo ananyemawu enya nusiwo hiana adenyefupe Bewa katanda Yesu enye hola yela. Hey, you've learned the thing now. Hey, ananye mawe enya nusiwo yana adenye fupe bewa katanda Yesu enye hola.
Oh, that song, that's crazy, you know.
It was
crazy.
all over.
So in your previous when you were speaking earlier, you made mention about testimonies. Have you so far had any mind-blowing testimonies from people who have listened to your songs, and how have they affected your have they in any way encouraged you to do something more for your fans and stuff like that?
A lot of mind-blowing testimonies. Sometimes me myself, I wonder, I'm the one who sang the song. Why is my own testimony you're not this awesome? So I hear really awesome testimonies. There was one really important one to me. It comes to mind easily because of how amazing it is. And there's this woman I met, she actually called me to come to her child naming because that child is a miracle child. She has had over 6 times. They call it that thing that they do artificial insemination. Yes, they call it VI something, and it's really expensive. You have to pay over $6,000 each time she did it. She did it for 6 times.
Wow.
Yes, and all failed. And then she actually connected to my song Agbebolo, and somehow God just showed up when she actually wanted to give up, because she was crossing her natural age of giving birth and she was getting consent, and the Lord just blessed her with a beautiful baby. And when she shared this testimony with me, you know, when people say things like this, it looks very simple, but the things they went through behind the scenes, it's one of the most amazing testimonies that, and it really encourages me. It keeps me like singing, and it keeps me writing, because the first point of the beginning of my music was started on a testimony that I heard. I recorded a song that I wasn't even paying attention to, and then somebody came to me, shared a testimony about that song, and told me how the song saved his life when he wanted to kill himself. And that was where I had the turning point to actually start my music career and take it seriously.
What song was that?
It wasn't even out that. It's it's an album that I don't even count today, because I've even lost all the songs, because I visited a studio. The studio guy was like, "Hey, you have a good talent, come and let me record you." And he recorded me. I didn't pay anything. Everything came so easily. So like after the launch, I dumped it somewhere, back to school, focusing on my life. And then somebody came to me and said, "Look, the song you launched, I bought the CD. I wanted to commit suicide, and I mixed rat poison, and I wanted to take it back. Something I felt like, let me play a song." And then I had that CD I bought from your launch, so I played it. A song that says, "Yeah, Wanyamia, oh yeah, Abraham Nyami, oh yeah, Isaac Nyami, no yeah, Jacob Nyami, Senya otiti timrino, odasu tisada." Onyamia obo owo nwa twimpa enka wanu edrum wate enya wo boni bi no onyamia obo owo nwa twimpa. So that enka wanu edrum wu enya wo boni bi is what kept this man alive. And he looked for me, told me, "Celestine, if you are not taking your music seriously, please do." That was where I had a turning point. I went back to look for the songs I dumped, and went back to look for the studio I wasn't going anymore. And I started praying that God direct, because if this song is saving just one person, it was so much, you know, I was so much content with that. And so, as for testimonies related to my ministry, it is what fuels me. And the moment I feel like giving up, of course we are human, sometimes you want to give up. And at times when I want to give up, I remember the next life that I might be saving, and I may be connected to me. And then if I give up, that person, might also not get their blessing. So testimonies are very, very, very pivotal in my ministry.
Celestial Praise, what's the inspiration behind it?
It's to bring people together from all walks of life and have, aside this celebrity fame life, I am like sincerely, truly, truly a ministry person. I like to, there are so many giftings in me that people don't know out there. I'm a serious prayer person. By the grace of God, I have prophetic gifts sometimes, and a serious worship gift, that when that unction that comes, so many things happen. And we experience it with our smaller team, like my BV team, my music team, and my team. When we meet together, we have fellowship, so many great things, presence happen. So sometimes we want to extend it to the larger audience in a gathering like that. So That is what Beth Celestia prays. And by the grace of God, we've done it. It's been amazing over the years. And we are hoping to do this year.
How has the support been so far?
Awesome. It was really, really picking up, really, really going high. COVID came to slow things down a bit, but we are not giving up. So we're bouncing back. It's been really, really awesome.
Your detergents products that did the COVID inspire it?
No. I've been doing it for like 5 years before COVID. Yeah. It was I started, and then people who bought the product always like came back for more. And so I got inspired, I got motivated. I was in the process of doing FDA registrations and stuff to get it really out there. And then COVID came, and it was actually the products that COVID situation needed. So we did really good business in COVID time. Yeah, so it has been there. It has been there.
How was the feeling like when you heard Dinah Hamilton won the Artist of the Year?
Did you see me? I don't know why the camera didn't capture me, but like I was rooting for the lady, you know. So I was very, very excited. For me, you see this whole gospel industry thing, it's like one thing for me. If Dinah wins and she's gospel, it's a big win for the gospel. And trust me, we will ever say it in the history of Ghana gospel music. Jometto was the first gospel act to win the main artist of the year, and Dinah was the first female gospel act to win the artist of the year. And this pride is like, I don't know if me is my pride. Like, it really excites me to see this victory coming out of the gospel side. Do you know why I'm excited?
No, tell
because
me.
It means that the door is open.
Yeah.
And tomorrow it will be somebody else's turn. Tomorrow it will be my turn. They've opened the door. Is it when Jesus visits your neighbor? It means he's still in the neighborhood, you know. So you should be smart and tap your blessing. So I root for them. I support them. And if they made me feel very, very proud to be a gospel artist in
Do you
Ghana,
see yourself to be winning it next?
Everything is possible. Nobody saw Joe winning. Nobody saw Dinah winning. So nobody should see me winning because I'm about to win.
Of course. And there were criticisms, you know, that Kitty should have won. Dinah didn't deserve it and stuff like that. What was your take on that?
My take is simple. Every category and the artists nominated there qualify and are potential winners. So do your job well. If you win, somebody will definitely say you don't deserve it. But the truth of the matter, you qualify the nomination, you qualify for a win. That's all. It's simple as that. So I don't think Kitty won and the board decided to give it to Dinah. No. She rallied team behind her. They voted and she won. So next time, let your vote do the talking for you. That's all, you know.
My last question. How does it feel being managed by your husband?
I think it's when I sincerely count my blessings, it's one of the biggest one amongst them all, to have my spouse, not just, you know, being a husband, but being my manager, being my financier, being my, like, he's the one person in my life who understands the things I carry in me. And because he knows what I carry, he pushes me, edges me. And he's my number one inspirer, number one motivator. And he is the greatest blessing I have in my life right now. The way he supports, the way he even sees things that I am not even thinking about. Like, he pushes me. For instance, he's pushing me currently to write a book. And you know, it's amazing when you have people who are close to you, pushing you and edging you to bring out everything you have in you.
Your second eye.
Yeah. And so he's a great blessing. I won't trade this for anything else.
Aww.
Look, and I've had many people discourage, like, they make it feel like it's odd to have your husband manage, but I wonder why.
But you know, of late, there has been the trend of people falling out with their husbands who have doubled as their managers. You sometimes get scared when you hear stuff like that.
1,000 will fall at our right, 10,000 on our left. Only with our eyes will we see, with our ears will we hear. It doesn't mean that necessarily we are going to follow the terrain. No, that is not my destiny. Yes, me our girl, you're training me. Even without Christ, we are trained to stay in marriage. Yeah. We don't jump in marriage and skip out just like that. It's not in our blood. Yes, we are cultured, or we are raised to stay in marriage. So aside that, and then the principles of Christ attache, Charlie, God
forever.
no go shame us.
Forget that forever.
God no go shame us. Yeah.
Okay, so give us your last words, your fans.
My last words to my fans, I really thank you all. I appreciate you for your love and your support. There is just one thing I want you all to do for me. Anytime you see I've released the song, please post the song for me. Share it, because in our world today is really a very important way to support your favorite artist. So please share the song, put it on your status, share it to your WhatsApp groups. Let your people in your circle know that, hey, my favorite artist Celestine Donko has a new song out there. And that will be a great blessing and promotion to what we are doing. God bless you for always supporting and always loving.
Where can your fans get your new song to stream or download or
stream
anything?
On Boomplay, Audio Mac, Apple Music, Spotify, Deezer, Tidal, all your favorite, your preferred streaming platform. Just go there and make sure you look for Celestine Donko, Only You, and all my old songs. Just you get them there. Yeah. And YouTube,
social
don't
media
forget
handles.
YouTube, Celestial TV on YouTube. Instagram is Celestine Donko Music. And hey, I'm TikToking now. So yeah, TikTok with me. Celestine Donko Music on TikTok. I'm currently doing a duet. I want to sing with you. So yes, I've posted something that you can duet. Go on my page, check it out, and give me a duet. I'll post you back.
Hey, TikTok. Charlie, I'll go and find you on TikTok. Yeah. This has been a very great interview. I'm sure you sitting at home or watching us at the moment, you enjoyed and you had a good time with our conversation with Mrs. Celestine Donko. And of course, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all their branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with the special jollof rice and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches. Also call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And of course, they have asked us to present a coupon to the very beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
So you can visit any of their branches and place an order.
Thank you,
and
Cheesy Pizza. Thank you so much. Can we go now?
Yes, we can go.
Come on.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifare Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally invented nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Um, 22 is not, what do you call it? It's not a small feat in terms of a business. Running a business from the scratch to 22 years is something that you should applaud yourself for. That's number one. Number two, from where you started from and where the space, that media space has gotten to right now, I think you've actually paid some of your, what do you call it? You've made it more creditable, you've made that medium more creditable, and you've made it more profitable for brands such as what we have in our portfolio. I did say that you've done a good job. I would say that you keep doing more. You add more content, you try and be dynamic in terms of what you offer your clients, just as us. Let's continue to grow together. Let's continue to explore the different new channels, digital new channels that will come up, and then see how best we can make good use of them. Yeah, that's it. And I did say kudos to all you guys. You've done your best, and we hope to see more of GhanaWeb around in the next maybe 50 years to 100 years. Yeah.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. I would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what do you call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
Once you decide to have an office romance, you should know that you are likely to be a topic for discussion.
People come to workplaces and study the terrain because they realize it isn't always going to be about hard work. Let's use other means to accentuate the hard work that we already do.
Once emotions grow wild, it just goes like wildfire. You see, you will think that, oh, I can handle it when there is a breakup.
Anybody who is unable or not equipped to manage his or her emotions well has no business wanting an office romance.
There are some people who can be very discreet at these. In fact, there are some people who can date in the office and nobody,
absolutely nobody
in the office can think
they close, they go their separate ways. We got to know the girl was saying, and no, on the set, who tell me on the set, and so we and pay with
right there.
Fadama means a waterlogged area.
Okay.
You know the place called Konkomba Market? That is where Fadama started. Our main food is stew. But now, you know, I don't know whether it's development. Our children are diverting. When they prepare to see them squeezing their face.
This crocodile, over 40-something years now.
Wow.
If you are a bad person or you have a
bad spirit,
bad things, he will tell us. If somebody passes away, we are taking the person to the cemetery. Because of the traffic, that's why our people riding a motor. We don't want something like a taxi or something car to come and cross us.
Right there.
Office romance, they say, can get you crazy. Now imagine a colleague being all over your man. Like, please, can you get your hands off my man? Is it always the case that romance can get into the way of your work? Or people say that it's a no-no affair when it comes to office romance. But some too say that love always wins. On this episode of Mons and Cuddles, my guest and I discuss the nitty-gritties of office romance. I am Paulina Deda Opoku. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now today's topic, once you work, you're not a stay-at-home mom or dad, it will be of interest to you. The act of balancing office romance. Yeah, you might have heard someone in the office space who is dating a colleague, or maybe you yourself. Like, how do you balance it? Because a lot of people say that it has a lot of disadvantages compared to the advantages. So right on this episode of Mons and Cuddles, my guest and I will all bring the negative, the hearsays, and if once you are into it, how best you balance it with your work. So now today I have here with me Mystic Mike. Mystic, you're welcome back to Mons and Cuddles.
Many thanks for having me.
I'm always glad to see you because, you know, I like how you say the thing. You don't cut corners, straight to the point. You just drop it there.
Exactly. If it must be done, it must be done well.
It must be done well. Good to have you. Franca, it's always a pleasure having you because you are one of the few women who say things like, you know, women, we like to say things for the women's side. But with you, I know you are straight to the point. If you are not right, you say it as it is. So it's good to have you back on Mons and Cuddles.
Nice being here.
All right. Francisca Ashon is an HR practitioner. So HRDs, you know a lot of our HRs, when you're having an office romance, they say that no, it will interfere with work. So today, dear, please, you will explain to us why you're particular about it and if it has more disadvantages compared to the advantages. And then Mystic is a journalist. Mystic. So we have full force. We're ready to go.
Certainly.
All right. So people say that when it comes to office romance, it will get into the way of your job. So would a person be unproductive if they have a relationship or their boyfriends or their girlfriends are in the same office space with them?
There's the risk that it can impact work.
Okay.
And that's why a lot of the business heads or business owners or the business managers, they are not too enthused about relationships or intimate relationships at work.
Okay.
In fact, with the banks, I understand there is a rule or a protocol that no lovers should be allowed.
Okay.
You know, so we've also heard that if you two meet at a workplace and you desire each other that much and you want to take it to the long haul, then one must resign. So one resigns and goes to find another work. Other companies also are a bit liberal. They will say no lovers at one branch. Whilst they will not forbid it, then there won't be lovers at the Dansuman branch of that entity. So there can be a lover in the general sense of it, the company, but then they have to work at different departments or branches. So one will be at Dansuman, one will be at La Paz or Usu, and someone will be at Jolo.
But what God has put together, let's no man.
You must understand that whilst it has positives, whilst it has things to be said for it, being intimate with a work colleague also comes with some negativity and some downside. Imagine having bunked the previous night or shagged the previous night, and then there was an issue, perhaps issues of infidelity, cheating and what have you, and so a partner is vexed and then takes that energy to the workplace the following day. If you are a front service personnel, you are going to relay that energy to clients and customers who come to you for inquiries or who come to you for service, just because a lover, you had an issue with your lover, and that can cost the business money, it can cost the business reputation, it can cost the business in various other ways through no fault of theirs. They didn't ask for your partner to be a cheat, so why should they pay for the indiscretion of that partner? So these are the nitty-gritties and the pros and cons, some of the pros and cons of having intimate partners on a team.
All right, but I beg to differ, because some people can be very professional with their relationship at work. But let me take this from Franca. So can someone be less productive when they're involved in office romance?
I would like to first of all take it from this angle. So modern organizations actually admit and understand the fact that as a human entity, there is likely to be this kind of attraction that can occur. Okay, so I think most organizations now are emphasizing more on the fact that sexual harassment is not accepted, and they are educating their employees more on this. Why did I mention sexual harassment? Because once people are into a relationship and they are in the same organization, say the same branch, okay, same location, what is going to happen is that the tendency of the man or the woman trying to be naughty at work is great. Okay, so at the expense of work. So probably a working period, a man will intentionally send message to a girlfriend who might be in a different department or different cubicle or something, and they may end up using productive time maybe in a washroom somewhere. You can't tell. You see, so for organizations, it's because of this. And you know, there are some men, if they want to have you and you say no, they get angry. And at that material moment, an anger, and assuming the person is going to work with figures. So if this person is angry and is going to work with figures, you can imagine how confused that person is going to be. So you can imagine the impact it's going to have on the organization. So most of the recent organizations, though they advise people on this sexual harassment, also are of the view that if you want to keep a relationship, most of the time it shouldn't be someone who is your direct reports or you are in the direct reporting line with. They also will say that, okay, if you are in the different departments and you have no link whatsoever with whoever you are in the relationship with, it can be overlooked.
It can be overlooked.
But as I said, so many things make organizations want to shy away from this office romance thing. Though it has its advantages. For me, I think that once the disadvantages will have more impact on the organizational productivity, we have to be careful and look at it. So yes, it does impact on organizational productivity if not handled with care.
All right, Franca, you've said a lot, but then people have argued that once there's an office romance, you're dating someone, whether it's that you are intimate or it's just a relationship that you guys are both building, there can be issues of favor. So maybe if you don't even deserve a position, you don't even deserve something because you're sleeping around with the boss, you know, they can say, oh, you can have this promotion, you can get this thing. So how do you separate fair? Because you don't want to, people are working genuinely, they deserve to be promoted, even though maybe you haven't had a relationship with your boss. How do you separate it so your colleagues don't say, oh, there she goes again, she didn't deserve it?
Once you decide to have an office romance, you should know that you are likely to be a topic for discussion. That one, you cannot overemphasize it. You understand? People are likely to talk about you. Some of the things may be assumptions, okay, some may be true. I say this because, well, I have worked in a lot of entities, and sometimes it's very glaring at the face. You know, you can actually read between the lines and you can add A to B and you realize that this one, especially when you feel that when we look at the output of your jobs, assuming you are two ladies, you look at the output of your jobs and you realize that there is this position, we are all eyeing this position. Everybody might know that maybe A is very efficient than B.
Yeah. So
but then maybe because B is having a relationship with some, it might not be even the direct boss, it might be some other boss, somebody who she's not even reporting to. But because the bosses meet at a particular level to discuss at management level, they have that rapport. So they can say, oh, why don't you just push this lady there? Just because of the relationship they have. So for me, I always advise young ladies out there that, look, if you go to work. forget the office romance thing. Though it has a positive side, I always say just work. You know, I say just work because if you deserve it, people will think you don't deserve it. And it's an insult to your integrity. You see, it's an insult to your personality. Because assuming I know I'm capable, I'm hitting at everything I'm supposed to be doing right, and I'm hitting and making productivity for the company. And then someone thinks that, oh no, because the boss is his boyfriend, that is why she's getting the favor. It's an insult. And when that happens, your career ladder becomes a bit questionable. Because now you have to prove yourself to everywhere you go. Because if they hear that stigma, oh, this one, she likes dating big men or big bosses in the organization, your climbing on the ladder becomes difficult. Every step you take, they'll think you are favored because of that.
Well, the submission you make that to ladies, if you find yourself in a workplace, just work. What happens, Franca? Let's be honest. You know, once you spend more time at a place, maybe let's say we're talking about work. So at the office, you get to go to lunch with the person. When you're having bad days, there's the same person you run to. How do you prevent yourself from not falling in love? Because some of them are real, not that maybe we're just having sex, we just, you know, it's just a friend with benefit thing. In real life situation where you both like feel like this is it, how do you balance it? Because
my brother says something from his earlier submission. He said that some are real, and I agree, some can be real.
Yeah.
But you see, emotions are such that you cannot control. Some are able to control, but to some magnitude, some level. Once emotions grow wild, it just goes like wildfire. You see, you will think that, oh, I can handle it when there is a breakup. I can handle it. I assure you, you will not be able to handle it. Because your work will be affected, everything you do will be affected, and it will even affect your relationship with other people in the organization, because you begin to feel you've been used and dumped. So for me, I think it's just not right. The emotion might be there, but we have to control ourselves when we go to the working sphere.
All right. Mistake.
Yeah.
So in a case where you are not able to control yourself, and then you're in a love, let me say, relationship with a guy or a woman at your workplace, how do you identify if it's just a fling or real love? Because you know some people, they just want to buy time with you at the office. They might not tell you maybe they have a serious girlfriend at home. So how do you identify? How do you, as a man or a woman?
So, you know, falling in love has no scientific formula. You can meet someone and then you would have very strong feelings for that person. Even married people will tell you when they go out, they meet people, and that's what that's what some of the married women say. I wish I had met you earlier.
Married men.
Are you sure it's the women
men.
I had married men.
If I had met you, I wouldn't have met your wife. That thing is a lie.
Both ways, actually. I wish
women don't have. We hardly say that.
I wish we had crossed paths. You know, and that's what people say, because, and for those who are unmarried, it's one of the things that works on their mind, that what if I start dating Paula, or I start loving Paula, and then I step out, and or even not even if I start dating Paula, you might see Paula, you desire her, you take a step, you meet Dora, and you're like, God damn,
where were you all?
You know, so you are like, how do I settle with one person? It's actually the bane of many single people.
Does that apply to you too?
Of course. I mean, there are times you meet people and like, you know, because there's so much goodness out there. So the question is, if you are developing strong feelings or feelings for someone at the workplace, you must sit yourself down and ask yourself a few questions. All right. Is this me just wanting to get into the pant of this person? Is it me just having sexual attraction and I just want to taste it, see how she tastes like? Is it me just seeing a fine boy and I want to just have him? Is it me trying to use this person to advance my career opportunities? Because there's that also. People come to workplaces, they look around, you know, some of the mid-level senior members. So a young lady comes in and says, Charlie, Mr. Adam, Okay, I think I can work on Mr. Adom, get into his favor, get into his good graces.
Okay.
So that when management level things are being discussed, I can be positioned favorably.
Okay, great.
There's that. People come to workplaces and study the terrain because they realize it isn't always going to be about hard work. Send me boy Juma, no, that alone wouldn't be enough. For them, let's use other means to accentuate the hard work that we already do. There are some who are there, and for some, they meet people at workplaces and they want this for the long term. They don't want monkey business. They see you, they say, Paula, you are the one. You are the chosen one.
Exactly.
You are the one. I can't sleep without thinking about you. I can't be driving without thinking about you, Paula. When I come to work and I see you and I behold your beauty, Paula,
I can't work.
I thank the universe always for bringing you to existence. So for that person, if he tells Paula that this is how I feel about you, and Paula says, do you know what? I have been feeling same about you. And so if the two agree to give it a go, but then the policy at the workplace forbids it, then a decision must be made. A decision must then be made if truly this is what you ultimately want. So one of both partners will sit down and say, look, we want this. We want ourselves. We see ourselves having a future. But the company here says no way. And that if we must exist, then one must leave this company. So the two of you will come to that decision. Look at the pros and cons. Which one of you earns higher? Which one of you has a straighter path to ascending the corporate ladder here? So that you take the decision, look, I will leave this company so that you can stay on. I'll find another job and then we marry.
Great.
Some people come to that realization. And it's worked for some people. It's also backfired for others because this was an ultimate job for some. But they were swayed by love, gave it up, and the person, it didn't turn out to be the ultimate picture they painted. The relationship might have crumbled. And then, so you ask yourself, why did I leave KPMG job for love? Why did I leave a tallow oil job for supposed love that did not yield any benefit in the long term? So there is that risk. And as human beings, even stepping away from our homes to town involves an inherent risk. Are you willing to take that risk? And would that risk be justified in the long term? These are the things that must be on our minds when we take such decisions.
All right. Hey, Chow, this one there. You want to chip in something?
I agree with him perfectly on what he said about the decision making. So, of course, yes. If you two decide that, oh, we desire each other so much and we cannot do without each other, then you really must sit and discuss. As I said, he mentioned all the points there. You weigh all the pros and cons and you say, damn all the odds. Let's go in out for it. And then one can step down for the other to just climb that social or corporate ladder that the person wants to climb. So I think that it's all a matter of choices. But once it's conflicting with the organizational policy and the culture that the organization has, of course, it cannot be harbored.
Yeah. But Franca, with you, Mr. Jessamine, with you, I know you're not fully for the office romance, having a relationship in the workplace.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. You don't really. You get your stand.
Yeah, not
but
necessarily.
But with the issue of people saying that it will get into the way of your job, you will not be productive. Let me give you an example. Prior to this conversation, I had the conversation with a girl who is dating someone who is in the same space with. And she's saying that when she's having a bad day, and he tells her man that I'm having a bad day, he'll just come, just whisper one or two things, and then back to Joe, like
the support system. That's a support system.
So you cannot say that it's equally bad because that is an advantage.
No, Pauline.
So with that,
there's the gain. There's the positive.
Let's appreciate the positive.
No, we can discuss the positives.
Yeah,
we can.
There are actually lots and lots of positives.
Yeah.
That I can tell you.
We cannot overlook
like you said,
that.
You mentioned one. It is beautiful.
Support system.
Some people just see you and they brighten up their day, and they are able to operate within the capacity in which they are supposed to, and that is there, because then you know that my man is. There's another thing. The fact that you feel that your man is in the office and it's not looking at some other lady's ass somewhere.
Peace of mind.
You have this kind of security.
You're in the same space.
Exactly.
You close, you know his movement.
Exactly.
You even go together. You might be, so you sit in the same car, you go.
Exactly. So that is one. So like I said, you have the comfort, you have the security, and there is a fact that productivity can become high. Why? Because assuming I have a boyfriend, he's making some balancing and he's not able, he's working at it, he's not able to, and I'm done with my job and I'm good in balancing, I'll quickly go help him to do the balancing, and there you go, the company has had its productivity. So it is not that bad, as I said. So some companies don't actually frown on it. They only give the lay down rules that you have to go by. So assuming I am in company A and I think I'm in love with Eric, I've seen him, I like him, what some companies will do is that you have to tell your HR about it.
Okay.
Oh yes.
So you don't have to keep it a secret.
HRs are the fathers and mothers of organizations. HRs are to have two face. We have the hard face that tells you, hey, this must be done, it must be done right. And we have the motherly face that tells you, come on, let me give you a pat on the back. You need that shoulder to cry on. You can count on me. So HRs are supposed to be this two-face. So you can always walk up to your HR manager and discuss, HR, Mr. Eric and myself, we haven't this thing for each other. It's so strong, and I feel society will look at me. I love him. I wish I can go ahead with him and have a relationship that will end into marriage. No HR will tell you that, hey, you have to stop this.
Frank, are you sure you're not going to break that bond?
They are not going to do that. I tell you, they will just give you the guidelines. They will give you what you ought to know for you to make your decision. They will tell you the pros and the cons for you to decide if this is what you want. As he said, some have gone ahead with this thing of thinking, brainstorming, and deciding that one leaves, and it has backfired. So HR will make all these points known to you and tell you, go reflect.
All right.
Come back to me with your answer. That is the job of an HR.
Right. So if you find yourself in an office romance, as Franca said, talk to your HR. Not all of them are into break their relationship. They might just give you the guide and all that. Now remember that Mons and Cuddles is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has got all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Now, my makeup was proudly done by Kiki Sadiq. So she's on Instagram. You can follow The Corporate Chick on Instagram. You can call Kiki on 055-2428-698. The Corporate Chick will glam you for all occasions. Now, Franca, it looks like Mr. Q wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Just a quick one before we go on the break.
Another gain for the company is taking work home. So if you work in the same company and you are working on something at the work office and you take it home in bed, you know, you could finish it up. You know, you as Franca said, you are balancing the books, and maybe you are locked up at the balance sheet. You are doing the balance sheet, and then you know your lady can assist us. So these are current assets, these are current liabilities. Help you with the deductions, so you can brainstorm, come back to work, and then when there's a brainstorming session at work, because you exchange ideas, because you judged, because you weighed things over, because you are both in the field, you are both doing the similar work. You are able to contribute and give other insights other members might not have had.
After you've had something,
you know exactly. But I reckon the fear of many business owners about having lovers at the workplace is that they can also conspire. They can also get together to cause malfeasance. They can cause together to rob and steal stock and then manipulate figures to cover up their tracks. So that's another fear that made the business. Yeah, of course. You hear people have absconded with huge sums of money. People were sent to go and do withdrawals at the bank, and together with Nedofuna way back, they are gone. You know, so this is the fear, because they become
inseparable.
you know, so
gang.
So they look at the weaknesses of the organization and they say, like, okay, I weak, yeah, the befa, Charlie, I have some say a weak, yeah, the befa, together. They are able to mastermind the downfall of the company if they so desire, and that is a threat. And no business owner would look
like
kindly to that.
All right, all right. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we're still discussing how to balance office romance. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. This is Monsen Kados on GhanaWeb TV.
Right there.
Welcome back from that quick break. Now remember that Monsen Kados is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. I think we could buy
certainly.
Yeah, mistake.
Most certainly.
You should get your Cheesy Pizza, and as I stated earlier, they've got great deals for you all week round. So you could visit any of their branches.
It looks yummy though.
It looks. You should taste it. Hey, mistake. Frank, unless you help yourself. I'm saying, yeah, doggy will cry.
Those eating of pizza.
Come on, you can do it, Franca.
So imagine office romance. So you and your partner, you could buy yourself pizza and enjoy its lunch break. It doesn't spoil anything. Okay.
Okay, let's do this.
Franca, you know, we will, as we were talking about this or balancing office romance, some people say that people are not professional with it. You might see them in washrooms, you don't know where they are coming from. They're all over the place. But then are quickies allowed at the office space?
Are you mentioning quickie in a corporate setting?
Yes, please.
You know, there are actions that are not expected to go on in the corporate sector. If I remember clearly, I mentioned organizational culture. So as the policies are there, every organization has a culture that they live on. Okay, and you know, I remember when we were kids, we used to recite, culture is the way a group of people live, what they wear, what they eat. Yes, the same culture, every organization have their own. And that is why I say that it depends on organization to organization. Remember, in my first submission, I said that in the bad of days, a man could just message his girlfriend who is in the same organization and say, meet me there.
The same place, as usual.
Is the fact that it will bring productivity down. So for me, as you said, the same quickie can enhance productivity, because a man who is having a scattered mind, right, and needs to align his mind to get back on track, may get this quickie and will fast roll back to how do you call it? The beginning setting. How do you call it? It will reset him to factory setting. You understand? And then he will start working as he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But then the same quickie can destroy the organizational productivity.
Paula, the question is, what washroom are you going to do the quickie in? Is this the common floor members washroom that you are going to do it? I reckon that the general rule of quickies is not to be caught. That's number one.
Okay.
And also, quickies work best with senior level management. The CEO,
educators,
the managing director, who have their own cubicle, they have their own washroom. So that level, you are playing at that level, not you an entry level staff. No, it's what CEO who can lock the door or shut it, and no, there will be no consequence. So you, the CEO, has invited over perhaps a secretary who is the lover, who is also the lover. So when they are in there, they've locked their cubicle. They are working, supposedly. And then they can, bang themselves and then come back to work without any consequence. But it isn't for everyone. The rule of quickies is to do it without being caught and to have a very decent and enabling washroom.
As the name says, quickie, so it has to be quick. You
Exactly.
don't have to take forever.
Exactly.
There's not a love making session.
Exactly.
All right. But then, Franca, when we were speaking, we were saying that some people don't like to date people in their office space. Some say that if you, like your partner knows your business, your ins and outs. What do you think discourages people? Maybe it might not be just workplace. Some people say, once I'm in the same church with you, we are not dating, the same neighborhood with you. What discourages people from dating people in their circle?
We all have kind of rules set for ourselves. So we all have our ethical norms and values that we cherish, okay? And based on these, we make decisions. So Franca, for instance, will not work in an organization and date anybody. No matter how attractive you are to me. For me, being in the same organization and dating is a no-no. Why? Because I have weighed myself and I know that if things go beyond board, there will be chaos.
Yeah.
So in order not to put anything like that in line, that is my rule. Somebody's rule, as he said, maybe, I want to climb this corporate ladder. I want to get there. For such a person, no matter what you do, there is nothing that can stop the person. And yes, the person will hit hard to get the target that makes things happen. The person will want the movers and shakers of the organization, not just any commoner. So we all have the reasons why we want things done in a particular way. And so yes, somebody will want to date based on their own reasons, someone will not.
Well, I find it intriguing that some people would say, I don't want to date anyone from the church, from my neighborhood, from my workplace. So where are you going to get a human beings? Where are you going to get a human being? It's not from the interactions you have.
No, but then if you are dating, imagine you're dating someone at your workplace. Some people are extremely jealous. Someone comes to see you. Okay, somebody came to see you. It's a problem. But then if it's at a different place that you are, you can have fun. You can meet people, and then even people at your workplace can be close to you without him feeling jealous and like, why was this person all over you today? Like
we must all manage our emotions well.
But that is one of the disadvantages.
We must manage our emotions well. And anybody who is unable or not equipped to manage his or her emotions well has no business wanting an office romance, because you are working under the glare of others, and so you must be discreet, you must be very suave, you must be cunning, and you must be crafty. And if you don't have these attributes, my good lady and my good man, you have no business engaging in office romance.
It's true. So it's not for the faint heart.
Never, never, my dear.
Franca, you wanted to chip in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what he was saying. Yes, you see, what he just said is also one of the disadvantages, because remember we also mentioned it as an advantage that it becomes someone you can, a support system. It becomes someone that cheers you on when you are down. But the same thing can cause havoc. Yeah. Because I see Akosia getting so close to my man, and I become jealous. So now I won't be nice to Akosia. So now if Akosia's file gets to my desk, I will sabotage her work. You see? So then it becomes a disadvantage. So there is a way you manage the emotions, as he's saying. And I tell you, when it comes to, excuse my language, pussy and dick, it's a different ball game. So we have to be very,
people lose control very quickly.
So we have to be very careful when it has to do with these two elements of the human body.
All right. But while with someone who has already fallen in love, you find yourself in such a situation, how do you I don't know what the right word, be professional about your relation? How do you go about it?
Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. You didn't birth the man or the woman. You are not the mother, neither are you the father. So just keep an open mind and tell yourself, I'm in for the ride as long as it lasts. And not only for office romances, for general life activities. You know, when you meet a lady, especially in our parts, they put the marriage cart before the horse or before the wheel. You know, for their mind, marriage. If you come loving me, it must end in marriage. Instead of availing themselves, keeping an open mind and saying, well, I like you as you like me. Let's see how this pans out. Let's see how far we can go. You know, so that you would embark on the journey of adventure and discovery. You get to know Paula. Oh, this is unique to Paula. Oh, I get to know this. There you know the person, and then you weigh it against your own attributes. Can I contain this? Can I spend the next 30 years of my life waking up to this face? Can I? People don't ask these questions, and they are always in the hurry to marry. But you've not asked yourself, can I, for 30 years, when I wake up every morning, I tell my face, Franca, this is Franca's face. Boom. I wake up every day, Franca's face, boom. There must be something in it that endears Franca to me for 30 years.
Okay.
I have to wake and thank the universe. I have to thank Allah. I have to thank Mahu Sogbolisa. I have to thank Atana Nyomo. That thank you for crossing Franca's path to mine. And if that thing is not there, then there's going to be a problem, Paula.
I don't know whether I should beg to differ in what he said, or I should, because you know, as I said, we all have ethical values and norms. So for someone who believes herself or himself to be a born-again Christian, would definitely not want to have a relationship with anybody that is just going to be, let's see our nakedness and have fun and have adventure and everything and just go separate ways. That is never the idea. The idea is, if I meet Kwame and I love Kwame and I'm having something to do with him, I want it to end in marriage, because I don't want to go that way. So for me, it's a whole different topic altogether. Maybe we have to find time to go into that one at a different time, because we all have our expectations. Before you go into any venture, you must have an expectation. Because if you don't have expectation, then what are you going in for? So you must have an expectation. So I have expectation that I'm going to date this man. He's going to marry me.
That's what I was saying. That how do you differentiate from fling? Because people think that office romance is maybe you just want someone to play around with. But meanwhile, someone going into a relationship with you, it's not about the fun. You have to look forward. Do we have the future?
Most of the time, if I don't want to say it's a general thing, but I think that if people who are not married are dating or having office romance, most of the time, most of them, their expectation is that let's study each other and get married. It's only a few who want to just, let me just tap the ladies, or let me just sort them and then just go. No, it's most of the time I think that they have positive mind. But you know, as the mind may have it, love is some way. You can't really understand it. Yes.
Sometimes
so it's a bit difficult and dicey when it comes to that extent. So for me, I think that you can't just, because if a single person is saying yes, but assuming my boss married shows interest in me, single, where is it taking me?
Sponsorship.
No way.
No, it will take you to sponsorship.
Okay, so at that instance, the lady herself knows so well that my boss is married. I'm not ready to have a second wife. I'm not ready to be a second wife. So all we are going to have is just
your boss might have married.
Close our pizza so it doesn't get so cold. Yeah.
Your boss might have just done the customary marriage.
All right. Now that brings me to the question. When I started my service, one of the orientations that they gave us was that when you are going to the institution or the organization where you've been posted to, look out for the men who come to you and say, oh, we like you. Usually it's just a national service above, so they are just going to look through and see if you find yourself in a workplace where your boss or a colleague, let me make it, your boss is asking you out, how do you turn it down before you do, because you don't want any problem with anybody? So HR, how do you turn it down professionally? Once you know you are not interested in the office romance or whatever they are bringing to your table?
It's a difficult one. It has its negative side and its positive side.
Yeah.
But as I said, as an individual, you must be ready to say, damn the consequences. If you are not able to have that mind from the onset,
yeah,
any answer you give will have its consequences. So you must be ready. So assuming a boss likes Franca, who is in the organization, I just maybe entry-level person, and that's the shaker and the mover of the organization that can make things happen for me. And he comes, and because of my ethical norm and value, I feel it is not right. You don't just go, me pacho de bi mempel. No. You don't just go like that. But then you must be very much well polite. Sometimes the way you say the thing is the most painful thing, even than the words itself. Okay, the words itself are so painful than the way you say it. So I think that you have to say it right at the right time. So my boss is here, he's saying he loves me or he's in love with me. I can tell him, oh, I understand, but based on the few things maybe you have read in the organizational policies and procedures, maybe I think it would be ideal that we all remain neutral. I only want to learn as a beginner. I want to know more things. So you, please boss, can we just see how things unfold? You know why?
Okay.
I'm saying let's see how things unfold because, as he said, it might just be a fling. Maybe somebody cry has bigger ass, nice shape than me cry, the person is going to come in. It's not who say it's not going to work. At the end of the day, he himself will start backing up because he will realize that from your actions,
you're not interested.
You are trying to sway away from what he is bringing on board.
Was it not the lizard who said when he fell from the tree, nothing pained him more than the one who was laughing, not the one who even pushed him off the tree? So the fact of the matter is how you respond affects the reaction. How you respond affects the reaction. As she said, if the dawn of the company comes to you and says, Paula, you look lovely, I love your lovely frame, I love us to, get acquainted, I'll take you out for dinner, and you know where it's leading, and you know you are unavailable. You don't go and say, come on, boss. I mean, how dare you, boss? I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. No. So, I'm really flattered, boss. Really flattered.
But,
however,
okay,
I'm unable to avail myself because I'm just in. I want to get to know the organization. So, I'm afraid I can't honor the dinner invitation. But let's see, as Madame said, but let's see how things pan out. You don't close the door, because if he's serious about you, of course you can end the national service. You can conclude it. You finish eventually. And if you were to conclude and you were not retained at that workplace, it means you are out of the organization, right? So there's no problem of office romance now. If he really means business with you, so eventually you can reconnect outside the corridors of that office. There's that possibility of it.
For someone who is not, you haven't met someone who is stubborn. It's like they'll stop at nothing until they have you.
You
to the extent, I guess, to harassment and all that. What should be the move you should pick? Should you make it? If once you are not listening to what I'm saying, like I'm being professional,
you are being diplomatic, and yet it's not working.
Most organizations have what we call the grievance procedure. Okay, and the boss might not have harassed you sexually yet, but the boss might be making advances that you're uncomfortable with. So he's a boss, but the rules are made to straighten things. The policies are made to guide us. Sometimes they themselves, they forget that they have those policies. If you are, there's one thing I always tell people, if you're an organization, take the pain, understand the policies of the organization, read their procedures, get to know more, so that if something like this is happening, it's like being a law student. You can quote the law.
State right here.
They can say that, oh, this means that even if I am caught, this is where my position is going to be. So can we just let sleeping dogs lie? Can we just let me go on learning and getting on with my career? I'm young in the field. I have to grow too. You are a boss. You know, sometimes how you communicate tells men how intellectual you are. And they can't tell whether they can't know your style, they can't know your mind. They become scared of you because they don't know what you are capable your next action is going to be. So once you are able to let this come out, he will push back. He will do a rethinking. He surely will do a rethinking. You know, there are a lot of stubborn bosses. That one, no two ways about it.
Stubborn boys at the back.
But then it depends on you, the individual, to know your policies of the organization at your fingertips.
You can also take the comical route, or the comical route, as they say, if he's persistent.
Fire Syria.
And then you can say, boss, this small ass, this small, they don't even shake. There are better things there, boss. This small breast. Yeah. It's like doing boss. So when you do it, what I say, you're correct. You're correct. Then. So you even become friends. There are so many cases of people who desired others, and then eventually they know you, even they don't get it, and then they become friends. So he says, "Hi, girlie." So I mean, you have to be crafty about it, unless he rapes you. Other than that, he can be advancing, praising you, buying gifts. Others also use inducement, buy you gift, lunch, you know, trying to woo you. So it might be so, you know, some to initially they will say, hey, but when the things are coming,
the goodies.
And then the friends will say, hey, Paula, it not be easy.
You're fortunate.
You know, so but you know what you want. If you are set in your mind that no, this thing I can't do it, there are many ways to play around it. You know, yeah.
All right, sure. We're really getting information here and what to do when your boss is persistent. And for those who are stubborn, as Mistake and Frank have said, there are so many ways to deal with them. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Kados continue.
Right there.
Welcome back to Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Back to my guest, Mystic and Franca. Mystic, I just want to throw this to you. How differently will you work with a lover against just the normal colleagues?
It depends on what sort of lover that person is.
You have a lover, so you know you are intimate, you have a relationship.
No, it depends on that. What sort of lover she is. Is she self-assured? Is she confident in herself? That she's not easily threatened or feels that her man is being preyed upon or being desired by another woman, so she puts up a fuss? Or she's a woman who trusts that her love or her affections are well secured with her man, that anything she sees doesn't bother her.
Okay.
So that sort of lover is whom I would desire to be with in an office romance. We are self-assured in ourselves and in the affection and the love we share. So when you see me with Bernice, you don't jump to conclusions. When you see me with Oyo, you don't jump to conclusions. Knowing that you, Paula, are my one and only.
The queen of your heart.
You are the one I desire. And it is only you I have an eye for.
Forget about the rest. You are the one. Okay. But Franca, how difficult is it? How different is it?
I don't know. I think we've actually touched on all. You know, it all depends on what you want. It all depends on what you want. There are some people who can be very discreet at these. In fact, there are some people who can date in the office and nobody.
Absolutely nobody.
Nobody in the office can think.
They close, they go their separate ways. They hardly talk.
Nobody can suspect.
No display of affection.
And for such people, I think they are very professional. Very professional at what they're doing. Because, as I said, when they know, it will be spoken about. And once they speak about it, it affects everything that has a chain effect on you. You get everything that they will think is favor. So you have to be very, very careful when making such decisions as to involving yourself in an office romance.
Now, for our sisters and brothers who already find themselves in office romance, how do you handle emotion, especially maybe you don't work directly under the person, the person is your boss, and then the work needs to be done, and then they are hard on you. Forget about everything that we have. I'm hard on you that way, so maybe I put you to order, just like the rest of your colleagues. You have to do the job.
I would liken it to being a man of God at church and coming home. When you are home, you are not man of God. You are husband. So if you are boyfriend, girlfriend, it is in your world. When you come to the corporate world, obey the rules. So if I am your boss, I'll be hard on you as I can once the job is not done. And as you, the girlfriend, you must understand.
It's work.
We are working.
When we go
when
home,
we finish working, we can have a little chit-chat and a little touch. Not in the office.
I think I came across such a situation. I'm now recalling where it came across, but it involved on set. So I think the director had the host as the lover.
Oh.
So I think something had happened the previous night, and then the lady was hungry or something like that. So on set you could see there was tension, and then eventually we got to know the girl was saying and no on the set who tell me on the set and so we and pay me. So we laughed, we all laughed, and the man explained that look, your band is jume mu dia mesrel juma o de bomechi ma ye kodema o de ba hadie I was saying yeah, so it was, my mind just went to it.
Don't destroy where the food is coming from. Make sure that place works.
There are some people who say they don't eat where they eat. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't eat where they eat.
Because that can destroy things for you. You end up losing the food you are supposed to be eating right.
Yeah, then you, But then in a case where you and your lover, you're in the same space, do you disclose your salary? So, okay, baby, I earn this, I earn
the salary bit is a whole ball game. It's a whole different ball game. But then I do not share the sentiment that we should have joint accounts. I, for one, it's not something I subscribe to, number one. And so if I don't subscribe to us sharing a joint account, I certainly do not reckon that we should discuss salary. We can do ranges. We can do range so that it helps in the support system at home. So if you are a man, at least you want to have an idea what's the capacity or the strength, financial strength of your wife. So if she's earning 800, some men will say, oh, and if it's into me and take you to the man, would you 800 now? Me, I made 1,000. That can one now 1,000 salary for you. So there are some men like that. And then there are other women also who will say they wouldn't want to disclose because then the men will be lax, or they will be lax on some of their duties that they comfortably performed. But if they got to know that my wife earns 4,000 cedis, they'll say, hey, now 4,000 now, you have to take brodo course. They will now demarcate the thing. So some people are just generally not comfortable with salary disclosure.
Okay, so once you're in the same organization as we are trying to look at it, we all have what we call confidentiality of information. So when I receive my payslip, I'm told it is confidential. And once it's confidential, it's for my consumption only. You know why? Because disclosing of salaries has plunged and made a lot of people bitter and very inactive at job. So assuming, say, my man is maybe in the counter as a cashier. I'm also in the counter as a cashier. We are all cashier. right? We're all cashiers. So, and he's earning, say, 2,000. And maybe I'm earning 2,500. It has no business to do with him because we all bargained when we're coming into the organization. I don't know what you bargained for a salary. They laid the card before you and you made a choice. Maybe when they laid that card before me, I was able to bargain for a better salary. So for me, it's confidential. As I said, we can give ranges. Oh, say, oh, I take around, about.
You give a range.
But for me to tell you my salary,
we respect that decision. But for you to avoid being a subject of mockery at a workplace where people say, oh, this person, I'm sure she's having a thing to do with, how do you handle it?
I think I wanted to put this point across earlier on. You must discharge your duties equitably and professionally. If you are in the employ of any business, discharge your duties so that very little else can be said about the quality of work you put in. If you do that, whether you are sleeping with a frog, whether you are sleeping with a cow, will be of no consequence, because even your colleagues can testify that Paula Day, Ebene Juma Zay, Ebene Juma Day, and if they see you sleeping with Mr. Mankwakra, they'll say, oh, it's of no consequence. It's love. But it comes to work, and colleagues themselves, when they observe an attribute, they spread it about you, not you. It is they. Say, Frimpong, say, Obedu ejumemu 8 o'clock, Obabeto Frimpong ejumemu. Even if you come 7 o'clock, Frimpong would have reported already. That is his, how do you call it, road to acclaim, reporting to duty without being late. In over 5 years, Frimpong would never be late, no matter what. And the colleagues themselves say, hey, Obedu Frimpong, they themselves. But if you are a lazy rat, and you are using personnel at work to climb, they will know. They will say it too. And sometimes they will not even say it at your back. They will say it right in your face. Like, oh, we don't know him there. And you don't see any. They'll tell you.
All right. But before we come to the end of today's discussion, when you have a love relationship with someone, you have been going on for months, for years, and there is a breakup. Yes. Finally, you guys decide to part way. How do you handle it?
At the workplace?
At the workplace.
Okay. That you can't work anymore?
No, we can't work anymore. So we've just decided.
But we are still in the, we will still continue. We are working, still working.
Still in the
of
same
course.
space.
That's where managing emotions comes in. Managing emotion, that's where it comes in. Paula, you have many exes. I've had my share. Franca has had exes. We've not died. Have we died? Are we dead? We are living, aren't we?
Yeah.
So that is it. When you realize, you come to that realization that this cannot travel any further, stop any, have an honest discussion with the person. Don't ghost the person. Don't send a text message. Yapong.
Mistake. It is when it's on a consensus, when you are all ready to let go. Maybe you've seen that, oh, we are trying everything we can and it's not working. When you are agreeing, it's easy.
But if I have fallen out of love, and it's like my money on the trotro is exhausted, no matter what, I have to get down.
You can get down.
And so in getting down, I have to make it known to the mate, which is my lover, that Mr. Kana Messi ha. So I am Messi until you tell them, madam. But it is again how you discharge that duty.
And that is why most organizations are scared about this office romance, because at this juncture, it's very difficult.
The breakup.
And the breakup that is not agreed by the two parties. And that is where they dread that there could be lagging productivity. You understand? Because I can take it. I'm fine. You are not fine. The you are not fine will play a role in your job. I'm telling you. So it's always advisable that if you are a person who you know very well within yourself, that you cannot even manage your own small emotions in your house, you don't take it to the office where business is held, because at the end of it, it will show. And if you don't take care, that might also be the end of because you may end up getting query letters. Query letters will follow, and by the time you realize you are getting a summary dismissal, and you get nothing to take home. So it's always good that you weigh yourself. I always say this: think through yourself. Be sure of what you really want before you make a decision to have an office romance.
Thank you, HR. HR said it all. But Mistake, final words before we
Well, so there's an ancient African saying, man, know thyself. Man, know thyself. And if you live by this creed, you shall go far.
You're poor. You're so not baby. You're so not baby. As an ever calling your handles, how can you reach you?
I'm on Twitter at Mystic Mike. The Mystic is MYSTIQUE. Mike MIKE. Also on Facebook at Mystic Mike MYSTIC and Mike MIKE. And then also on Facebook I'm on with my website blackpepper.com. BLAKKPEPPERDOTCOM. And then on Instagram at Black Pepper News.
Black Pepper News. Oh, you are those famous. I have to go and look for you.
Yes.
I have to go and look for
Mistake.
Fortunately, I like to keep myself on the low key. Okay. I think I'm just fine. We're okay.
Franca, baby.
Maybe one day.
You open up.
Yes. We respect that. Now, as I stated earlier, my makeup was done by Kiki Sadi. She's on Instagram as the corporate chick. Contact her for all occasions. She's going to glam you up. And Moons and Cuddles is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Now, Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. I see you are enjoying.
I'm going in.
Cheesy Pizza tastes good. Now,
I'm not ketchup, I'm going in.
Yeah. So on Tuesday, our Super Tuesdays are all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-33397. 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on that note, Cheesy Pizza has got something for our guests. So Mystic, here you go. You could hand one over to Franca.
Many thanks, Franca. Here you go.
All right.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, enjoy your pizza with your loved one. Mystic, if you don't have anyone at work that you know you're having anything to do with, maybe.
No, no. I'm currently free. I'm a free agent.
Yeah.
Ready to mingle?
Exactly.
It was a great pleasure having you. To my guests, Mystic Mike and Francisca Ishon, thanks for coming to Moons and Cuddles.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
And to you who did the watching, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure coming your way with Moons and Cuddles. I am Paulina Deda Opoku. See you on the next episode.